We have a team from the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities. They will be helping us with the sign language interpretation. So we have Anna Olayinka right on stage. She's here with a team of 5 from the Commission. Thank you very much for being with us.
It will also be a thing of joy to have all of our distinguished delegates from the various states, heads of delegations from the various states, forward through their protocol person the names of the heads of delegations so we can carry you along. It is pertinent that we do that.
Please, I would like to retake this introduction for the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Environment. We have Dr. Salih Usman Aminu. I think I gave him a wrong portfolio earlier. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. We also have with us the Permanent Secretary, General Service Office, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Dr. Miriam Ismaila Keshinro. We also have the Permanent Secretary, Service Welfare Office, Dr. Abdusule Usman Garba. Thank you very much for being a part of the...
Just made his way into this auditorium. We'd like to welcome Mr. Ike Imogwede. We welcome the Chairman CEO, Ike Imogwede Foundation. We'd like to appreciate your presence here this morning, and a financial expert who's made his mark and left his footprint on the sands of time, and is still in the business of mentoring so very many people in the financial and investment and securities world. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am glad to announce the arrival, the arrival of the Managing Director and CEO, Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Security Printing and Minting PLC. Would like to welcome Abubakar Sule Minjibir. Thank you so very much for honoring us with your esteemed presence at this event. I'm sure my colleague earlier on did justice to recognizing the creme de la creme of federal permanent secretaries here. We just got another list of permanent secretaries. Not too sure of what country this is. I think it's Nigeria. We'll do justice to recognizing more dignitaries, especially federal permanent secretaries that are here. But bear in mind the theme for this International Conference 2nd edition. The theme, as we all are aware, is reforms, resilience, and results. It is born out of passion to be able to make a difference and to be able to put the federal civil service ahead of their peers in some other countries. But it is also aimed at learning from one another. Experiences will be shared, visions will be amplified, and indeed, businesses of governments will be done even better, in line with international best practices and the modern world. So welcome our guests. Dr. Ene Keshi, you've got to be on standby. We've been inviting you at the nick of time to do what you've been assigned to do.
Check.
We'd like to welcome the head of delegation and the entire team from the Gambia. We'd like to welcome you. Welcome to Nigeria. Welcome to Abuja. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, any moment from now, we will kickstart this program, the very first plenary. Whilst we wait for the opening ceremony that will be happening at noon, all things being equal. Can we settle down, please? We want to get this event underway. Can we please settle down? Dr. Alfred?
Would like to acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Mrs. Patience Oyekunle. You're welcome, ma. We also have the Permanent Secretary, Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Muktari Yawale Muhammad, MNI. You're welcome, sir. Also like to acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Special Service Office, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Sani Yargaya Aminu. You're welcome, sir.
Check, 2, 1, 2.
A bit of housekeeping just before we get started. Please, I'd like to plead with the College of Federal Permanent Secretaries seated to my immediate right that we're going to get this event underway in a very short while. But whilst we're on that, I'd like to quickly inform you of the need to please put your phones in the silent mode. Take care of your valuables and ensure just a quick reminder for all of us to please be reminded of the need to put our phones in the silent mode. And whilst on that, we'd like to also inform you that we have lavatories, toilets, or conveniences, as you may wish to call them. If you're pressed and you feel like having to use any of them, you come out through this exit and just walk straight behind these marquee. We have toilets there, and whilst making your way in here, you'd have seen some toilets just by the VIP pavilion. You may wish to use either of them as well. So please,
the welcome session. So we're going to do that now. And the event we were supposed to meet yesterday. So let me just say something. Pansec, Deborah should come and do the welcome. So
Are we doing anything?
we're supposed to do national anthem. But it's so can you give us a bit of dozy on you? A little bit of dozy on yourself. You can have a little bit. Yes. Let me give you my picture.
I have the honor of introducing and recognizing the presence of Mr. Rafiu Olarinre Adeladan, Federal Permanent Secretary in charge of Works. We'd like to welcome you. Thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Please, media team, kindly cue in the Federal Civil Service anthem. Esteemed delegates, please kindly settle down. We're about to start the first session for today. Please kindly settle down. I'd like to quickly acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary, Career Management Office in the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Nkiruka Nebo Jones. Jones Nebo, you're welcome, ma.
The chief convener of this all-important program, please put out the music. Put out the music, please. Please put out the music completely. We're set to hit the ground running with the very first segment of this conference. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my name is Andy Gabriel, and I'm not working alone. I'll be working with Olufunke Taiwo Akinwumi, and joining us as a moderator this morning is our sister and our friend Stephanie Bosari, formerly of CNN. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome us with a round of applause as we get these International Conference second edition started. I thank you very much for your very kind attention. We'll be getting these segments started with the Civil Service Anthem. And so may I kindly crave an indulgence for all of us to please rise for the Civil Service Anthem. May we please rise. And we will be very delighted that we keep quiet and keep our conversations in selutones just as we get this program underway. The Civil Service Anthem, please.
obstacles and there were hurdles that we had to face. There were challenges and there were struggles that we had to brace. Now there's a sound of change that is coming, a journey towards a transforming and rebuilding a system that will stand the test of time. Yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time.
Efficient, productive, incorruptible, citizen-centered and epic culture.
This is the Federal Civil Service. Our mission is clear as day. This is a call for transformation. This is a vision for change. A citizen-centered epic culture. Join us to move Nigeria forward. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness.
Creating new possibilities, rebuilding capacity. Serving the people with excellence and honesty. Where there's a drive, where there's inspiration, partnership and innovation. Yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time. Oh, yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time.
This is the Federal Civil Service. Our mission is clear as day. This is a call for transformation. This is a vision for change. A citizen-centered epic culture. Join us to move Nigeria forward. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness. Marching to greatness.
Where technology meets innovation for sustainability. Civil servants rewarded for excellence and creativity. Yes, a strong civil service means hope for our country.
This is the Federal Civil Service. Our mission is clear as day.
This is a call for transformation. This is a vision for change.
A citizen-centered epic culture. Join us to move Nigeria forward. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness.
Marching to greatness. Marching to greatness. Marching to greatness. Marching to greatness. I see culture marching to greatness. EP. I see culture marching to greatness.
I can hear that applause. Thank you.
very much. Please let's be seated. The anthem we just listened to is the Federal Civil Service anthem that was introduced by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wolsinjak, OON, MNI, upon assumption of duty 14th October 2024, to rejuvenate and to reignite the epic culture in civil servants. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. The chief hosts of this event are very quintessential Mrs. D.D. Esther Wilson Jack, OON, MNI, and your very lovely husband, Honorable Nimi Jack, heads of civil service of various participating countries here with us, members of delegation from the participating countries, federal permanent secretaries, but permit me to recognize the Honorable Minister of Youth and Social Development. We'd like to welcome Comrade Olawande. Thank you so very much for joining us this morning. Federal permanent secretaries, heads of agencies and departments of government, here present from different countries and different states of the Federation, are very highly revered resource persons, discussants, distinguished invited guests, members of the fourth estate of the realm. I'd like to welcome all of you this morning on behalf of the chief host of this event to this very remarkable gathering, which is convened by the very visionary and quintessential head of civil service of the Federation of Nigeria, D.D. Esther Wilson Jack, OON, MNI, whose passion for institutional transformation, innovation, and service excellence continues to inspire a new era within the Nigerian civil service and across the globe. The event will kickstart in earnest, but this is the first segment which has to do with the plenaries. And to take us through that, it is very pertinent at this juncture that we welcome to the podium for a brief of welcome and tone setting a very passionate and committed permanent secretary in the Ministry of Budget and National Planning. To do us this honor, it is my honor and privilege to welcome Dr. Deborah Odo. Can we please welcome her with a resounding applause as she makes her way to the podium? Dr. Deborah Odo, please. Can we give her one more round of applause before she comes on the microphone? You have the floor.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests from within and outside Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and privilege on behalf of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. D.D. Esther Wilson Jack, ONMNI, to warmly welcome you to the second edition of the Truly International Civil Service Conference with the theme Reforms, Resilience, and Results. This conference provides an important platform for reflection, collaboration, and the exchange of ideas on the future of public service and governance. As we gather from different countries, institutions, sectors, we are united by a shared commitment to building more effective, innovative, and citizen-centered public services. Your presence here today enriches this conversation and underscores our collective resolve to strengthen institutions and improve service delivery for sustainable national development. It is therefore my privilege to welcome us to this exciting conference and wish us fruitful deliberations, meaningful engagements, and a truly rewarding experience throughout the conference. Indeed, the Nigerian public service, and I dare say the African public service, is marching to greatness. Once again, welcome and enjoy a most exciting and rewarding conference. Welcome.
There was a welcome, and doing this in honor of all of us and on behalf of the office of the convener of this international conference, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to take us to the next level, I'd like to please ask that you kindly join me in welcoming to the podium Stephanie Busari. Please, a warm round of applause for her as she makes her way up. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to be here with you this morning to introduce a man of substance, a conversation with a man of substance, a man who has decided that he will partner with governments to invest in the public service and to really put his money where his mouth is. My guest is a co-founder of Access Bank and grew it from the 25th largest bank in Nigeria into the top 5 institution on the continent. That story of institutional transformation is well known. What is less discussed is what he did next. He built a foundation whose core mission is to train and develop senior civil servants in partnership with the Office of Nigeria's Head of Civil Service, with programs running through Oxford and Harvard. He did this not because it was good for his brand, but because he concluded that no country develops without a functional public service, and that someone has to act on that conclusion. His name is Igweje Ike Imokwede. He's a commander of the Order of the Niger, the former president of Nigerian Stock Exchange, and one of the most strident voices on the African continent on the relationship between private sector discipline and public sector reform. Please join me and give a rousing round of applause to Mr. Ike Imokwede.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the head of the Civil Service of Nigeria, Dame Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, ministers, permanent secretaries, visitors from far and wide, of course, my favorite Nigerian, the Nigerian civil servant, I greet you all. I'm honored to get the ball rolling and address this conference on a subject that is central to our nation's and indeed Africa's future. Public-private collaboration for service delivery and innovation. Now, Stephanie, in introducing me, made a certain statement about the motivation for myself and our foundation, the Ike Imokwede Foundation, and everybody within it, to do the work we do. Let me begin by this simple proposition. The true measure of government is not policy announcements. It is simply about whether citizens can actually feel the results of the work that government is doing in their lives. How do citizens feel the results of the work that government does. Certainly, it cannot be by how many meetings are called. Certainly, it cannot be by the fact that the civil servant works from 8 a.m. to 12 midnight. It cannot indeed even be by the fact that the civil servants work sometimes in very, very tough conditions, giving their lives for the work they do. The true measure of whether government is working or not is whether a passport is issued on time, whether the road is completed and on time, hopefully, whether the hospital functions, whether pensions are paid without distress and people having to queue up at their age of 80 or 90 in appalling conditions, whether a business can be registered without undue delay. And in the world we live in today, undue delay means a business that's not registered in 7 days. Whether a farmer can move goods to market efficiently or has to watch the fruit of their labor literally evaporate in front of them because there's no transportation or there's no storage and so on. Whether indeed our tens of millions of young men and women, entrepreneurs, can navigate life, can move forward without layers of bureaucracy suffocating them. In the end, citizens judge not by intention, but by delivery. In the end, our very distinguished audience, citizens judge not by intention, but by delivery. And this is why this conversation about public-private partnership and collaboration matters so deeply. You see, the scale and complexity of modern government requires government to work differently. No government, given the fiscal pressures, not just for African nations and our nation, Nigeria, the rising expectations of these billions of people who have seen the power of technology and what technology can do. Even if they don't travel, they see it every day. They see it in Asia, they see it in North America, and they want the same for them in Africa. They want to live the 21st century life, a life where people can live to 100 years of age, where people can express themselves dynamically across uncountable spheres of activity, where the dignity of labor does not necessarily have to be expressed through a drudgery or almost Hobbesian life, which some in Africa still have to endure. So the question is no longer whether or not government should collaborate with the private sector. The real question is how can government collaborate intelligently, transparently, and effectively while preserving public trust and public purpose. The first point I want to make, and I will speak from the Nigerian context, is that the civil service remains the engine room of the Nigerian state. Politicians may define priorities, but the civil service converts the national ambition into an administrative reality. If the civil service is effective, Nigeria moves and Africa moves. If the civil service is slow, fragmented, and overwhelmed, Nigeria slows down. Or in other words, Africa shuts down. That is why this engine must be strengthened. And that is why, alongst with the others in our foundation, the co-founder, my wife, Ofowe, and literally almost 100 other people, we have dedicated ourselves to ensuring that that engine room is oiled, is equipped, is invested in to purr like, I don't know, a Mercedes or maybe a Tesla, or is it a BY? Hopefully we'll be talking about a Nigerian-made car again soon. The private sector brings capabilities that government may struggle to build quickly on its own. Capital, technology, execution speed, project management, innovation, customer experience design, and performance measurement. Government brings legitimacy, scale, continuity, and responsibility for the public interest. The most successful nations are not those where government and business work against each other. Let me repeat that. The most successful nations are not those where government and business work against each other. They are nations where both sectors understand their distinct roles but come together in harmony and play like an orchestra for the benefit of their citizens. Africa's 1.5 billion people, Nigeria's 250 million people need a public and private sector that works together and delivers public goods and services at a very high level indeed. Let me make an important distinction. Public-private collaboration is not only about roads and airports. It's not only about infrastructure. It is much broader, and probably the more important part of it is about building systems that work. It's about improving the heart and essence of a nation, making the procurement systems better, digital identity that has transformed, for instance, Asia and the Middle East, payment platforms, health logistics, tax administration, citizen service portals, data systems, and indeed the public sector capability, that is the capacity of the men and women who are centrally in this room today. The future of public sector reform will depend less on grand declarations and more on whether government can build high-performing delivery systems, as the head of service does, working with people like me and others in this room. It requires a different mindset. When I say the number of meetings, these heads of service are not working alone. They're working with permanent secretaries. So obviously, it's also the permanent secretaries that are giving them the confidence to continue in this reform direction. Obviously, they also report to presidents. So from the presidents as well, that these heads of service report is forming, that we must improve the civil service. And that consensus provides us this strong, sustainable foundation to build upon reform, upon reform, upon reform. So the consensus is the first thing. The second thing that gives me a lot of hope is that in class training, in terms of them becoming this powerful, homogeneous group of common thinkers like you have in Singapore, let's touch 3,000 of them out of these 5,000. Not because I don't want to touch all 5,000, but because it will take us 20 years to touch 3,000 of them. And I think that by the time we have done that, we will be like Singapore. Indeed, we will be like it was in the past, where 60 to 70% of our civil service comprise the same kind of person. What I want is, there is a common thread running through the head of service. If I look at the current head of service, and I look at her predecessor, and then I look at her predecessor's predecessor, okay? There is let me tell you those characteristics. They are very well educated. They are very intelligent. They are very committed to the nation they serve. Their education and exposure gives them the confidence of knowing people broadly across Nigeria, okay? I'm not talking as government workers, as individuals, okay? They operate from a strong sense of dignity, okay? They are also ambitious in themselves and for their nation. Okay? So now, if we begin to commonize these characteristics, infuse this capacity in 3,000 of them, and make them friends, make them work together, make them brothers and sisters in moving this nation forward, Nigeria can never be the same again. Wow. That is our theory. Usually buildings, this building, Aigimokwere building, Aigimokwere school, Aigimokwere. And so they look at us and they say, you're investing, we have $100 million commitment to this. We've gone almost halfway. So you're investing literally tens of billions of naira, and there's no building, and I say to them, no. The most important investment we are making is the most lasting, which is the mind, the heart. And as these civil servants transfer this renewed heart, mind, body, and soul for Nigeria and Africa into those below them, we will move from 3,000 to 30,000 to 300,000 to 3 million, and those 3 million civil servants will touch the lives of hundreds of millions of Nigerians, billions of Africans. That's the idea.
Absolutely. It reminds me of the saying that you may plant a tree but not be around to sit in the shade, right? So that's essentially
No, Stephanie, this tree, I'm sitting in the shade.
You are. Well, I'm very glad to hear that. So what happens to these civil servants when they come back? Are they promoted? Do you track their success and their journey through the service?
So when we started our programs, we started by sending civil servants from Nigeria to Oxford University for the 1-year Masters in Public Policy. And interestingly, this is how I got to start working with the head of service at the time on reform, because we found it difficult to get them absorbed back into the service. And indeed, actually, what we found was that half of our scholars they would go to Oxford and they wouldn't come back. Not because they didn't want to come back, but because the system made it so difficult for such high quality people to come back. Okay? So I went to see the then acting president and said, this is our problem. And he said, well, maybe I can arrange for you to meet with the head of service. And at the time that we met with the head of service, she was just embarking on this federal civil service reform program, what we now call FCIP. And we promised to work with the Federal Civil Service on that program, insofar as they would agree to ensure that capacity building and the transformation of the talent management process was a part of that program, which would enable our dreams and our theory of change that we must invest, okay, in the civil servant, be an essential part of how the civil service works today. And it was agreed, and you will find that there are actually new policies that allow civil servants go work in the private sector, come back, and new systems that allow the civil service benefit from partners like us, okay, in training and capacity building. And there's a renewed drive to transform the civil service indeed. With certain types, we had Lead P, I think there's another one called Smart P. You see my homework, I'm not too bad. And these programs were all put together. But then what we chose to do was that we agreed with the University of Oxford to start a program which is offered in Nigeria, where we take 70 civil servants from Nigeria and other African countries. Now every class has maybe 10 from other African countries, 60 from Nigeria, and they basically get the same training that you would get from Oxford University. Maybe think of it like a 4-month MPP, okay? They focus on things like negotiation, leadership, and then some technical skills. They also get the opportunity to speak with some of the greatest faculty you can imagine, and it's really working. As I was sitting down with you in this room, maybe you didn't realize, you thought that I was a highly connected Nigerian with the people who were coming to meet me. It was the alumni. You see, they're wearing our badges. I'm a member of this cohort. I came this year, I came that year. And then I asked one, what are you doing now? I'm a director of this, It's working.
Amazing. So, one thing I must say, you really want to make me become a civil servant.
You're welcome. No, I mean, seriously, because at a point in time, the best in Nigeria wanted to work and indeed worked in the civil service.
So let's talk about that. You know, the perception has changed. Civil service is not given the recognition. It's seen as kind of drudgery, low-paid work. They don't have the recognition. How can we shift that public perception with the work that you're doing and the work that the head of civil service is doing? How can we shift that public perception to get civil servants the recognition they deserve?
First of all, look at this conference in Nigeria. Full. All the other halls full. Literally thousands of people here. Many from outside Nigeria. Look at the quality of speakers. Look at the quality of arrangements within a very narrow budget, within very narrow resources, right? The civil service in Nigeria is inviting the world to participate at a global level on civil service issues. Those are the type of things that cause civil servants to have joy in the work they do, dignity in the work they do. You give them recognition. You see, to change the human being, the first thing you must do is give that person dignity, pride in who they are and what they do. And that is the first thing that we have stressed must be done in the years that we've worked. And things are really changing. Presidents come for this event. A lot more attention is being given to the civil service. I recognize that there are significant resource constraints, okay? But from the perspective of the intention, there is greater intentionality about the importance of the civil service in these years than there have ever been in Nigeria, you know, until those days when I hanker back for.
Amazing. Okay, so I'm going to ask you one last question, maybe see if we can take a few questions from audience. I think I have enough time to do that. So the big elephant in the room, AI, you mentioned technology, AI. Everyone is talking about how AI is going to transform industries. Many sectors are making cuts, you know, getting rid of staff to bring machines to do the job. How worried are you about the threat of AI to the civil service? Is it complementary or is it a threat?
Well, I think when people use the term threat of AI, they tend to go to the issue of jobs. And whether AI would replace, so to speak, the worker. In many respects, the context of the state that is being described is one that has gone through significant advancements in terms of infrastructure, in terms of systems, and so on. And the thinking, therefore, is that AI would enable automation and machines replace human beings who are doing what I would call basic repetitive activities.
Yeah.
Most of what the civil service does is not basic and it's not repetitive. Policy making and policy implementation is going to be very difficult for AI to perform, particularly for Africa. We have so many problems to solve that are so unique, so structural and intractable that, I don't know, it's going to take us maybe a few decades to have to train that computer to understand the issue before it can provide the solution. So our issues are really very human-centered. And therefore, AI will make our human beings much more effective and productive, but I don't see the core role of the civil servant, which is to formulate the type of policies that lift up lives of people and implement them, you know, being affected. I think it's being strengthened by AI, okay? Now, if you are talking about things that I would not necessarily think you could regard as necessarily things that government must do, such as open a door, and you can, and I mean open a door. So if I go to an airport today, and I go with my passport, there are many airports where I don't need to have somebody stamp my passport, when if I can scan it, I just pass through.
Yeah.
So technology and automation will necessarily replace that type of activity, but it will free up the Nigerian worker to do the things that the technology cannot do. And I can tell you there are many, many things. But that's a discussion that we can have.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I'm just going to pause here and take one or two questions before we round up this conversation. Do we have a mic in the audience? Do we have a mic? No? Yes, okay, I see someone with a mic. Any questions? Okay, no. I see a question over here, okay. Please, let's keep the questions brief so we can get a few in. Do we have a question? Okay, we don't have a question, so...
No, there's somebody.
Oh, is there?
Hello.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ike. In 2022, I was a beneficiary of the LEAD program, co-sponsored by your very good self. In 2025, I had an award for which Ike Imogwede, you supported graciously, giving me a computer as well as the sum of 250,000. That money helped me a lot and my family. In 2025 and 2026, I participated at the Oxford program. I can assure you that that training will live with me for the rest of my life. And I'm highly motivated to deliver quality services to the Nigerian people. I want to sincerely thank you on behalf of my family and as many that you have touched, that the services you provide, we acknowledge it. My question now is, how do we get many of your kind to do the same thing that you do? Thank you very much.
Okay. We can take another question and then we can have Ike answer that. There's a question in the middle here. There's a lady here. Can we give her a mic?
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Mfawa Usani. I work with the Federal Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs. Following the conversation, sir, I know so well in Nigeria, we have problem in the humanitarian sector, whereby our work is just beyond the provision governments can do in terms of budgetary provision. In the developed world, we see that humanitarian services are mostly supported by taxes from citizens and well-meaning citizens. But Nigerian case is not like that. My question goes to you as a private sector. If we have an organized private sector that can have as a burden to make a provision, we call it a social corporate social responsibilities, whereby a percentage of your proceeds, of your profit, can be designated to support the increasing number of vulnerable persons in Nigeria, especially in terms of nutrition services in Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay. Was there a question?
I think I picked it up.
You picked it? Okay. So do you want to tackle that? That's related to the more private sector investment.
So thank you. Two questions. So to the Ike Imogwede Foundation alumnus, well done. I can see our work is working in you, confidence and your forward-looking outlook. Now, how do we get more of my kind, as you described it, to do this same thing? I saw recently the head of service go on a road show, and the head of service visited the private sector, at least in Lagos I saw, and I got messages, and I saw a lot of activity where she was addressing business leaders, men and women in the private sector, to come and do the kind of work that we're doing. And I actually see that on the agenda today, you have signing ceremonies between the Office of the Head of Service and various private sector organizations towards, I think, partnership on reform and so on. We have to continue to advocate very strongly that others come and join the work that we're doing. I will not relent. The head of service will not relent. I noticed, I can recognize a number of federal ministers in this room. I have seen them stand up at different times and make this same call themselves to the private sector to come and join the work they are doing in terms of moving the nation forward. So we will continue to preach and cast out the net, and hopefully the net will become fuller and fuller as every year goes by. Now I'm not sure if your name is Unkwo or not, but that's what I heard. You asked a question about whether we should maybe pass a law to make it compulsory for corporates to give for philanthropy and what you called, I think, CSR. Personally, I'm not too sure whether the law is necessary. I don't mind tax, and I don't mind higher tax rates between you and I, insofar as the money that is collected from the private sector is used in such a way that it is felt by the people. And that is what we must focus on. If you remember that I started my comments by reform is never about how long the meetings are. Reform is never about how many policy statements we make. Reform and impact and service delivery is what about the people feel. So for instance, if you make it compulsory that my company gives 5% of its profits to CSR, if the result of that giving 5% of my profits to CSR does not shift the needle, I cannot show who is touched, I cannot show how many lives are saved and so on, then why have we done it? So again, like I said, we must think about these things holistically. Anything that will save more lives, lift more people out of poverty, you can count me in, and I know several other people in the private sector that you can count in as well.
Fantastic. I think we'll take one last question and close this session. Gentleman in the front over here, can we get a mic to him?
Thank you very much, Ike. My name is Felicia Phillips, founder and chairman of Phillips Consulting. I want to actually commend you, and I think it's important to do that as somebody speaking from the private sector on your side of the fence, for the work that you've done, for the inspiration you've shown, and clearly for the leadership that you've shown as well. I know that Phillips Consulting, we work hand in hand with your foundation, and there's a lot that you have put into this, and it's wonderful to see, and you've proven it, that a lot of the things you're doing are actually coming to fruition and having value. Mine is less of a question, but more of a support based on the last statement you made. The private sector certainly is coming around to the fact that we've got to work hand in hand with the public sector. And the mechanism through which that can happen is working hand in hand with the civil service, because that is the executive arm of governance. And I believe that a lot of things that have been done, and recently, like you talked about the head of service interaction with the private sector at a breakfast seminar, at your roadshow, as you called it, has actually attracted a lot of people to realize that yes, we need to work together. So man is to commend you and to tell you that there are a lot of initiatives that are taking place. The Philips Consulting, we've been involved along with about 15 other consultants in carrying out a major exercise that the head of service actually initiated, called we call it PASGA. Okay, it's an acronym for Personnel Audit and Staff Skills Assessment. And that is something that I'll be talking about later on today. So it's all part of that, of saying we want to uplift the civil service on one hand, but we know we need to do it working hand in hand with the people that they serve, which is the private sector. So once again, man, I say thank you. We are all behind you. We're following the leadership that the foundation has laid down, and you've actually shown us what it is we can do, how we can do it, and we're just going to try and get on with it. So congratulations and well done.
Well,
So that seems like a, sure, please.
Egbon, thank you very much. For the internationals here, Egbon is a term of endearment you give to your very senior brother. Mr. Folisha Phillips is one of our leading lights in the private sector and a senior brother and a mentor of mine. Thank you very much.
So that seems like a good place to bring this very insightful and very remarkable conversation to an end. Thank you, Ike, for your passion. I'm sure everyone joins me in thanking you for your philanthropy, your passion, your presence, your leadership in this sector, and all the strides you're making to reform the Nigerian civil service. And I know that it will go back to the glory day that you hanker after. So thank you very much indeed. A huge round of applause for our speaker this morning.
Invite the chief convener to please join him for this photograph. Okay, the two of them are coming down, but we're not done with Stephanie yet. You're still going to be making your way back here. You join them for photograph downstairs. But very quickly, we were meant to have introduced our moderator very well, and we just did what we did for brevity of time. Stephanie is coming down to join you. Stephanie Busari is an Emmy, Gracie, and Peabody award-winning journalist and a powerful force in Africa storytelling. She's got about 25 years of experience in global media, including 16 impactful years at the CNN International. Stephanie pioneered the network's first digital and multi-platform bureau globally. This initiative significantly expanded CNN's reach and impact across the African continent. I'm going to be abridging. Her journalism has shaped global narratives on critical issues. Stephanie's two-time Emmy-nominated investigation into the Lekki Tollgate shooting and her exclusive 2016 Proof of Life interview with Chibok schoolgirls was pivotal, resulting in negotiations that led to the release of about over 100 abducted girls, earning her a Hollywood Gracie Award and recognition as an outstanding woman in media. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, she is a passionate advocate for amplifying African voices. Stephanie's led CNN Africa's digital editorial and operational strategy during her tenure, mentoring and nurturing the next generation of African storytellers. She is fluent in English, French, and Yoruba. She's still a moderator for the very next session. But very quickly, whilst you take your seats, it is pertinent to let you in and that Stephanie's TED Talks have garnered over 2 million views, establishing her as a sought-after speaker, host, and high-level panel moderator. She's also the founder of TEDx Brixton and divides her time between Lagos and London. Please, a round of applause for Stephanie one more time, and our resource person, Aigboje Imokwede. Please give him a round of applause as well one more time.
Esteemed media colleagues, please kindly take your fixed positions to avoid disruption. Please, media colleagues, kindly take your fixed positions, please, to avoid disruptions. Thank you very much. Esteemed delegates, just to let you know that we have 8 stages that will be running concurrently from 11 to 11:50. This is just the main stage, transform stage. We have the rejuvenate stage. We'll be talking about enhancing workforce well-being for improved productivity. Moderating that session will be Chizoba Mojeku. We also have the innovate stage, AI in government. What should we use it for and what should we never use it for? The lead speaker is Mr. Idowu Afe. We have the impact stage, what real impact looks like that citizens can feel. The lead speaker is Dr. Joe Abba. We also have the activate stage. The conversation there will be from conversation to commitment, making reforms stick. The moderator is Dr. Paul Toure. We have the Aspire stage, talking about how to build a meaningful career in the civil service. The lead speaker is Ms. Amal Pepu, CFR. We also have the accomplished stage, public finance, financial management for a new era of fiscal pressure. The lead speaker is Mr. Folusho Phillips. We also have the accelerate stage, advancing gender-responsive public service for inclusive governance and improved service delivery. The lead speaker is Ms. Beatrice Eyong. Please, we'll give you 10 minutes to please kindly locate your stage. You could quickly scan the barcode on your tags to get the running sheet for today. That's the program of today. And you flip through the stages and see the stage you want to attend. On the Transform main stage, very shortly, we'll bring up the Minister of Interior, Mr. Olubunmi Tunji Ojo, who will be talking about modernizing internal security with data-driven reforms. Thank you very much.
So we'd like to welcome the next resource person, the very Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Dr. Tunji Olubunmi Ojo. I'd like that you please join me in welcoming him with a very resounding applause, please. Complexity is the enemy of progress. This season will examine how excessive procedures and redundant processes can slow public service delivery and stifle innovation. These are some of the conversations that we'll be paying rapt attention to as he takes the stage. As we welcome back our moderator, Stephanie Busari. Ladies and gentlemen, a one round of applause for Stephanie Busari one more time.
Thank you. May I start by recognizing the ever hardworking, innovative, reformative head of service of the Federation. And may I recognize fellow members of the Federal Executive Council in the House, and please permit me to specially recognize all the heads of agencies here present, and let me also recognize members of the diplomatic corps here in the House, and may I also recognize industry leaders. I can see Mr. Ike Imokede, I recognize you. Thanks for the wonderful work you're doing. And may I recognize Mr. Phillips. I've started hearing of you since I was in my primary school or secondary school. Thank you so much for the great work. And let me say, for me, the best for the last. May I use my amiable, energetic, innovative, reformative, dazzling dazzler of the Ministry of Interior, Dr. Magdalena Ajani. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I had to say that because everything I'll be talking about here today would have been impossible without the civil servants in the Ministry of Interior. And that's the truth. And I tell people this, as a leader, you are only as good as how well you can manage and harness the potential of your team. In the Ministry of Interior, I'm so blessed to have the best civil servants that Nigeria has ever produced. That's the truth. So to the Interior family, thank you. Today, I'll be talking about, in just about 15, 20 minutes. But for me, the main topic, teams, resilience, and results. I said this very clearly. I think it's been, I thought it was going to be projected about the things we actually want to talk about. Oh, fantastic. In the era, in the 21st century, business as usual has no place in public service. And of course, Nigerians didn't invest their trust in us, either as politicians or public servants, to provide excuses. The only thing that counts and matters is result. And as they say, you cannot keep doing the same thing over and over again, using the same method and expecting a different result. That means that wherever we find ourselves, I want to talk about the internal security system of Nigeria. For you to make a difference, there must be a paradigm shift in governance. I said something when I was honored and privileged to address graduates at Ike Imokede Foundation. And I will repeat that same thing I said there, right here. The major problem that has to do with reforms, anywhere you find yourself, is that people, they find it difficult to place the dot, the link between is, ought, and what. And that was what we inherited in the Ministry of Interior in line with our internal security issues. The first question we asked ourselves in the Ministry of Interior is, the question is, what is the situation on ground? You must understand the problem for you to provide solutions. And oftentimes, especially based on what we inherited, we realized that people were finding solutions to problems they never understood. And in doing that, was like moving around a vicious circle. So the first question, there must be a statement of clarity in terms of what is the situation. Then once you understand that, the next question is what ought to. What should it be? What's supposed to be the ideal? Then reform is what takes you from what is to what ought to. And that reform is what we talk about, the how question. How do I migrate from here to here? So the reason why I'm laying this foundation before I go into my main paper is that people think reform, innovation is difficult. No. Even for we Christians, the Bible speaks of wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. And of course, when the Bible was speaking about that, the Bible was talking emphatically about reforms. Wisdom is what tells you the knowledge you need, and understanding is what gives you clarity on how to apply the knowledge. If you do not understand this, it becomes an issue. Now, to the paradigm legacy of preservation, which is the major problem that has held us down to what is. A lot of us, we are too emotional because I'm sorry, I'll be very practical here because my PAMSEC knows me. When it comes to solution delivery, I cut the bureaucracy, I go straight and I find my solutions. Because too many people lose the value during the process of bureaucracy. The major challenge, which is legacy of preservation, a lot of us, we are too emotionally attached to what used to be. This is the way we've always done it. I'll give you an example. When we got to the Ministry of Interior, in terms of our internal security architecture, we realized that all over the world, as far back as 2006, the UN Security Council, that's about 20 years ago, came up with a resolution. Every country is supposed to have what they call the Advanced Passenger Information System to be able to analyze people coming in and out of your country for the purpose of border control. We never had it. We were still doing paperwork. Why? Because that was comfortable. Until we came on board, we automated the whole solution, and today, nobody comes into Nigeria from any of our legal entry points without being pre-profiled before you enter. And that alone, I'll tell you, in the first 1 week of deploying this, so many people on Interpol watch lists all over the world were apprehended at our points of entry. So the question is, in the last 20 years, how many people escaped? Because we were fixated on business as usual. For you to be an agent of reform, for you to be an agent of change, you must be an expert in what I call business unusual. If the usual is what makes you comfortable, then you can never be outstanding and you can never be extraordinary. That's the truth. Because you don't need to be a genius to do what is usual and to do what is normal. So, for us, the legacy of preservation. And we must move from the legacy of preservation to what I call citizen-centered governance. True transformation demands transitioning from process-centered administration to governance that prioritizes citizens' experience. It's very important. And as I always say, visionary leadership is not defined by authority or position, but by the capacity to imagine systems that function better than those inherited. My mother told me something years ago. It's only a failure of a man that blames his failure on what he inherited. That's the truth. You are not to be judged by what you inherited. You are to be judged by what you hand over. And that is where creativity comes in. I always say this. I will never blame myself for the Ministry of Interior that I inherited in 2023. But the blame will always be mine if I hand over the same Ministry of Interior, the same situation to my successor anytime Mr. President so wishes. So for us, wherever we find ourselves, we must ask ourselves these questions. What value have you added? Attributes of transformational leaders. Courage. It takes a lot of courage to be transformative. That's the truth. It's not easy because you're swimming against the tide and the system will fight you. I'll give you an example. When we got to the Ministry of Interior, we realized that all over the world, like in the UK, the international passport is personalized, I think, in Durham. In the US, it's personalized in 2 places. That's Arkansas and in Texas. In France, it's personalized in Strasbourg, Paris, Marseille. In Russia, it's only in St. Petersburg. In India, it's Maharashtra. But in Nigeria, we were personalizing our sensitive documents as a den in over 100 places. So, how can you? That was what we inherited. But today, to the glory of God, for the first time since 1963, we have a world-class centralized personalization center in Abuja here. And what that means is that from system that could do 400 or 500 passports per hour, and in all over the world, we could barely do 3,000 to 4,000 a day, per hour. Today, we're in a position to do nothing less than 10,000 passports per hour with a centralized level of control. That was what we inherited. But today, this government started it from the scratch, built it, and today it's live and direct. When we came on board, we inherited over 200,000 backlogs of passports, and it was like it was a miracle for you to get a passport you pay for. But today, to the glory of God, we sorted that. We automated the process. Let people speak to systems, not people speaking to people. When people speak to systems, system brings, it enhances efficiency. But today, we cleared 200 and something thousand backlogs of about 3 years. We cleared it in less than 3 weeks. And today, we have been able to produce over 3.6 million passports since we came on board. And beyond that, when we came on board, we realized when we go to Heathrow, when you go to JFK or wherever, you see American citizens going through their e-gate seamless. And when you get to Nigeria, you stand on the same queue with all others. And we said, no, we can't do that. This is Nigeria, for God's sake, the biggest black nation on earth. That's the fact. And what did we do? We brought about the e-gates, integrated it with all our security apparatuses. I don't want to go into details of that. And I tell you today, people that have traveled outside of Nigeria come back, they will tell you it's a different experience. So the era of wait till you bring come is gone. That's it. Because that issue of wait till you bring come, that is not us as Nigerians. And the system has been built to solve these problems. Now, accountability as the foundation. Leadership is about accountability. If you are not ready to be questioned, then know that you are not ready to lead. Leadership is about accountability. You must be accountable. And to major issues within our internal security architecture when we came on board were that agencies were working in silos. And there's no way that can happen because systems must speak to systems real time for there to be efficiency. All a terrorist or a bad guy needs is just a small lag of time. And that result could be catastrophic. We saw what happened during the 9/11, which led to the creation of Homeland Security in America because systems were not speaking. But today, to the glory of God, all our systems in the Ministry of Interior are now speaking. And that takes me to the table of CMAS. Please, if you can go to the table of CMAS. So we came up with what we call CMAS, which is Centralized Interior Management and Administration System. So all our solutions, these are the border control solutions have been integrated fully into the SIMAs. Maybe the landing card, the e-visa, the passport management system, the advanced passenger, SEPA, CM, everything has been integrated into one solution. And we also want to thank NITDA, DG NITDA, because when we had technical, you were there for us, technical support. I have to thank DG NITDA. Thank you so much. DG NITDA and ONSA, they really supported us on this issue. And today, we have further integrated the correctional system. So all our inmates, all their records and processes have been managed into one single database. So as it is today, we have record of over 20 million records of people that have ever passed through our border in the last 10, 15 years. We already have their pattern of life, so I won't be able to go too deep into this, but we have been able to do, and you can only achieve this when systems speak to systems in an area where there is integration of solutions. Because we realized, for instance, I want to give an example. Last week, the CG of NIS gave me a call. Maybe the guy thought it was Nigeria of yesteryears. He applied for a Nigerian visa in one country, and he was declined for security reasons. And the guy went to apply using an e-visa, now not from the embassy perspective. Later, the guy used another passport of another country to apply to come to Nigeria. This just like a week ago. But the intelligence of our system today made the approval of such visa impossible. What we call visa is not just a migration control document. It's an economic enabler, an enhancer, and as well as a border control document. So with the SIMAs now at the heart of the Ministry of Interior's activities, the era of inefficiency is gone. We have been able to do this. And of course, because of our time, part of what we were able to do is we made sure that the visa approval time, because we've automated the solution, was reduced from about 2 weeks e-visa now to about 48 hours for our e-visa solution. So if you want to come to Nigeria now, you do not need to go to the embassy. Because I'll give you an example. A big country like Bangladesh, over 180 million people, we do not have an embassy in Bangladesh. So if somebody, a Bangladesh national, wants to come to Nigeria, he needs to travel to New Delhi, India, before he can get visa to come to Nigeria. That was what we inherited. But we sat down, we said, if Dubai can have an e-visa, if Kenya, if Morocco, and so many of these countries can have e-visa, why don't we have it and open doors of opportunities for economic growth? And today, to the glory of God, that is live and direct. And this year alone, we've been able to approve close to 200,000 visas for people coming into Nigeria as we speak. And the good thing is, as people are applying all over the world, right in my office, the British High Commissioner had seen the dashboard. Right in my office, every second, as people are applying, I'm viewing it, I'm seeing it, I'm monitoring it from my office. So there is that monitoring solution. So if any place that there is delay, may it be passport, may it be visa, I can tell you from my phone, wherever I am, anywhere in the world, what is delaying, what is the issue, and there is monitoring and evaluation system in place. And part of what we did is knowing fully well that building all this, we needed a whole system. That's why we came up with what we call the BATIC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu Technology Innovation Center. And the BATIC that we hosted, of course, we're able to create 24-hour power supply, fully off-grid, built an 8.3 petabyte data center, And of course, that is the engine room of what we are trying to do. And now, also, in automating our solution, we realized that when I came on board in 2023, there was a natural disaster. I think it was in Niger, Suleja Correctional Center. And people escaped from Correctional Center, and we realized that we couldn't get their records. So the law enforcement agencies, the police, we couldn't go after them because there was no record, no biometric, there was nothing. And we rolled up the sleeves. And today, I can tell you, even from my phone, from the comfort of my office, every data of every image based on history, record, and antecedent is now 100% available. And also, one good thing that we also increased, as I speak to you, 1,002 inmates have been enrolled, of our correctional centers have been enrolled in academic programs. 2 PhD, 908 Bachelor of Science degrees, 54 MSc, and 3 diplomas. As we speak to you, that's happening. And a lot of them are already graduating. And I tell you, when years ago, reading the papers about correctional service there was always one bad news or the other. What we did, creatively and innovatively, and I want to thank my PAMSEC for that wonderful idea, because I would be very unfair to her if I take credit for her idea. What we did was we did what we call skill profiling in correctional center. Of course, we don't have all the money. So we went in, did skill profiling. What were you doing before you got into correctional center? Some were fashion designers, some were shoemakers, some were painters, and etc. So we harnessed their skills to be able to train those that are interested in learning those skills. So as we speak to you today, corporate organizations like Nigerian Institute of Builders, like ICANN, and so many other organizations are ordinarily partnering with us, making sure that this reformation becomes a reality. And when we started this, how do you know how successful it is? Based on data, empirical. In 2023, when we came on board, the rate of recidivism, that is to say people that left the correctional centers and came back within the course of the year, was 12,000 people in 2023. We had 12,000 in 2023. But in 2025, we had only 1,100. So it means that the job of the correctional center, which is to correct, which is to transform, to rehabilitate, to reform, is being achieved from 12,000 people living, committing crime to come back, becoming danger to national security, danger to each and every one of us. It has reduced from 12,000 to 1,000 in the space of 2 years. That is part of the innovation. So what that tells me is that nobody wants to be in jail. People just want to be reformed. And we are only as strong as the weakest link in our society. Then, of course, on NSCDC, part of what we've done now is just pattern mapping of critical assets. Because, like what I said, you must start from somewhere to somewhere. You can't start from nowhere to somewhere. You must know where you are, identify where you are, and know where you are going to. And of course, we created what we call the mining marshals. And in that, with 327 people has been arrested for illegal mining activities, 143 has been prosecuted successfully, and over 1,069 illegal refineries had been destroyed since we were able to set up this. So, of course, NIMSI, there's a lot to talk about, which, because of our time. So what I'm just trying to say, and this is where I would like to round up because of the interactive session, is for us to understand that we know what we inherited in the Ministry of Interior. And I say this, I'm not proud of what I inherited, but I'm proud of what Mr. President has been able to achieve in the last 3 years. That's the truth. From the waiting period of months for a passport, to the problem at the point of entry, to the lack of coordination of data, for the lack of integrity of our data, for the high rate of recidivism, high rate of prison break, to what we now have, you will know that we are not yet where we want to be. But the simple truth is that we're not where we were. And to me, that's a statement of progress. God bless you. God bless Nigeria.
Honorable Minister, thank you so much for those remarks. Clearly, you've been busy. Word on the street is that your ministry, they're sure working. So congratulations on that. So let's talk about some of the challenges that remain. You know, a lot of people still complain about the ease of obtaining visas. Is that something that you hear about? And, you know, and in fact, my former colleague, Larry Madowo, has complained excessively. Larry Madowo, CNN.
Oh, okay.
He's complained excessively about coming to Nigeria and having to apply for a single entry visa every time it comes. So some of these complaints are kind of filtering through. What do you say to people like that when you hear those complaints?
Okay, thank you so much. Let me start by saying this issue of visa is an issue that deals with reciprocity. It's based on reciprocity. We have to understand that. And I think I read that same comment, but my response to that is that he's a Kenyan, you know,
yes.
And there is no law that says in Nigeria that you can only get single entry visa to Nigeria. But the point is that if it's an e-visa, which means that you need to come to Nigeria quickly, and there's lesser level of check, all right? And that's faster. That is the single entry. But if you are a Kenyan or anywhere you are from, and you want multiple entry visa to Nigeria, you can apply for that. The option is there online. You know, you have 2 years, we have 5 years, we have 1, depending on our understanding with your home country. Because, for instance, if a country gives Nigeria a maximum of 2 years visa, there's no reason why Nigeria should give them 5 year multiple visa. No, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do that. So it's based on reciprocity. And I said this very clearly. My biggest asset or my biggest inheritance from my parents, beyond the gift of my salvation, is being a Nigerian. So that's a thing of pride for me. So if he or anybody wants to apply for long stay visa, you go to the embassy, you apply online, do your biometric at the embassy, and we process it. And as I said, we have been able to issue over about 200,000 visas so far this year. All these are on my system, you know, is what we can see. So it's still, and again, we must also understand that we have simplified the process. Because once you apply online, you submit all your documents, we vet, it's a centralized vetting office in Abuja, we approve it, you get the visa in your email. So we're not even wasting your data page anymore. So when you come at the point of entry, your visa is already QR coded. So we can confirm at the point of entry and everything, and you come in. So it's easy. But most times we realize that people just apply. Some people, for instance, I've seen people lodge complaint to me, and when I looked at the system, the backend, I realized that they didn't even submit any supporting document. You won't apply for visa to America or to UK or to Canada and not supply supporting document. I've seen people that will not even put statement of account. I've seen people that will not even put hotel accommodation, and they just believe that once we apply, because it's Nigeria, you must approve it. No, it's not going to work like that. It won't work. That's the truth. So, if you apply and you submit your document, within 48 hours, I give you my word, you will get your visa.
Okay.
But that you apply, if you do not follow the process, and let us also not forget, visa is not a right. Abi Ambassador, It's not a right, it's a privilege.
Yeah. Okay, so the next time Larry applies for multiple entry, He's going to get it.
No, once he applies for multiple entry,
Yeah.
he can apply for 2 years, he can apply for we'll give that, but you can't apply for e-visa single entry and expect us to give you multiple entry.
Sure.
It doesn't work like that.
Okay, so final point on visas. This week, I think yesterday also, Togo announced that their country will become visa-free to all Africans. And I think Kenya has announced similar policies. Is there a time you envisage that Nigeria may become visa-free to all African nations?
Well, let me speak as Bumi Tunji Ojo, not as Minister of Interior for once. For me, I wouldn't advise that. For me, there are a lot of security concerns. Do not forget the location of Nigeria. Nigeria is a country that falls within the Gulf of Guinea and the Sahel. We know what is happening at the level of the Sahel. And we already have issues with regards to our border. We have a lot of insecurity issues we are containing. And if you open this space, I don't think from a security perspective is the right decision to make.
Yeah.
And do not forget that every country will always make policies that suits the country. All right? The location of Togo and Kenya is not the location of Nigeria geographically. And also, just as some Nigerians want to japa for economic reasons, a lot of other people too want to japa into Nigeria. That's the truth. So for us, I think for security reasons, it's just important that we make it on country-by-country basis, just like we've announced for Rwanda. Last week, Mr. President announced visa-free for all Rwandan nationals based on reciprocity because we enjoyed that in Rwanda. So if we take it country by country, then we can do SWOT analysis, security analysis, and assessment. Then we'll be able to take decision. But for us to just open the floodgate, I don't think it will be the right thing to do.
Okay. So we heard a lot about all the reforms and work that your ministry has done so far. What would you say has been the single biggest institutional reform that has been implemented so far?
Well, I'll say the best. You permit me to pick two. I think number one is the CMAS. It's the best institutional reforms, because now all our systems are speaking. I'll give you an example. A colleague minister of mine sent me a complaint from a very big multinational, and with regards to their expatriate quota, their SEPAC not being issued and whatever, an expatriate quota. I told him, it was a Sunday. I said, send me the quota approval. He sent me the approval of the quota. When I went on my phone, on my system, and I saw that the quota was fake. Immigration issued SEPAC on the premise of a fake quota because the C&B department system in the Ministry of Interior was not speaking to immigration. But now, it's absolutely impossible for you to have a fake quota or have a fake SEPAC anymore. We've been able to clear that. Because the first responsibility of my ministry is citizenship integrity, the integrity of Nigerians. I don't want to go out there and being seen as a criminal because somebody is a criminal. So now, the CMAS has ensured efficiency within our systems. Another example was when an inmate actually was taken by an officer to passport office to go and get passport, claiming on another idea, whatever. The inmate had been suspended. But because the passport system and the correctional information system are all linked, we were able to nip that in the bud. So it is difficult for you to come in through Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport and claim that you came in by Idiroko, because all our entry points now are speaking to one another. So for me, for the purpose of internal security, harmonization of data, I would say that's my best. And the second one that I will want to speak to is, of course, the issue of promotion and training of our officers. Because you can build the best systems anywhere in the world, but when you don't build the human capital to manage it, you mess up. And that's one problem we realize, that people spend a lot of money on technology, but how about the people? When we came on board, we realized that because of that, we had over 30-something thousand backlog of promotions. People had not been promoted for 3-4 years. Trainings were not done. Some agencies didn't even have training manual. But we've been able to, and that's why I will always say this, head of service, I will have to say this to you, ma. May God bless your permanent secretaries. Yeah, that's the truth, because my permanent secretary sat down on the training manual, went on the HR and everything, and today you will tell me that the immigration officer you used to see, the manner of approach 2-3 years ago is not the same now. That's the truth. The civil defense is not the same manner of approach, because there's a deliberate investment in human capital development. So I think the CMAS, the human capital development, these are two legacy achievements.
Okay, fantastic. That's commendable. So your ministry has to deal with some of the most complex issues that this country has to navigate: passport management, immigration, correctional services, border control, so many of our most complex issues. What keeps you up at night?
Well, as I say, what keeps me up at night is knowing fully well that there's only one man I live to compete with all my life. And of course, that man I compete with every day happens to be the man I was yesterday. Knowing fully well I needed to better my yesterday is the biggest source of motivation for me. And knowing fully well that life is about writing your script. Now we are in office, we're privileged through the magnanimity of Mr. President to be here. He has given us the opportunity to write our script. And let's see what generations yet unborn will read about us when we're long gone. And that's it.
Yeah. So what do you think future generations will say about you as a Minister of Interior and as the man?
What?
What do you think future generations will say about you?
Well, first of all, I think future generation will first of all give all the credit to the greatest hunter of talent in the history of Nigeria, Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. His achievements in terms of talent hunting is there all over. And for me, a man who learned something from Mr. President and has tried to replicate that all my life, and that is the fact that it is abnormal for you to be ordinary. And if what you need to be or what you want to be is to be ordinary, then leadership is not meant for you. That little extra that makes you extraordinary is what makes you a leader. And of course, as my mother will always say, a country survives and a country thrives when the best leads the rest. So if you want to be the best, the higher you go, the more you need to research, the more you need to read, and the more you need to develop yourself. Because the worst experience that you can ever have is to allow the man you were yesterday to better the man you are today. That is the worst thing that can happen to you. So even in private business, I came from the private sector, and after politics, I go back to my private sector life. Every day, I'm envious of Mr. Ike, living his private sector dream. But for us, we know that we'll go back to the private sector, and the private sector is based on reputation. It's about people want to deal with you, not based on where you're from or who you are, or because they love your face. They want to deal with you based on the value you can add. So it's about bringing that same spirit into public service and knowing fully well that reputation is something that is never given. Reputation is never demanded. Reputation is earned. And if you want to earn it, you work for it. And if you want to work for it, you must be able to sacrifice.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's talk about border security and national security. You've alluded to it. What does effective border management realistically look like in a country the size of Nigeria and with the complexity of Nigeria's border issues? And what conversations happen between your department and the defense departments, ministry, the intelligence ministries? And you talk about those departments talking. What conversations happen?
Well, let me say we're working very well with our sister agencies and other ministries. And for border security, I'll tell you the problems. When we came on board, we realized as far back as 1980s, the Nigerian Immigration Service had 3 surveillance planes, as far back as 1980s. But when we came on board, the Nigerian Immigration Service didn't have 1 border surveillance plane. You can imagine that. So today, we're working on getting surveillance planes, surveillance drones, and of course, having eyes in the sky with regards to border control. And of course, having also real-time access to relay information to support systems like the military, the police, and etc. So I think we're automating the whole process. The command and control center has been fully built. It's operational as we speak, and we are getting better. And if you look at the statistics, you will know that attack around the border in 2022, 2023 is somehow higher than what it is now. So a lot is being done. And of course, we were short of FOBs. We couldn't get boots on the ground at the various points of entry at the border posts. But today, just in the last quarter, we were able to build 5 FOBs, in 5 locations. And when you look at the border stretch of Nigeria terrestrially, I think it's about 2,000, if I'm not wrong, and 24 kilometers of border space. And that, we have only 100 and something identified entry points. So it makes irregular entry point lucrative. So we're already increasing that number to be able to secure our border the most. And of course, every quarter we are also training about 1,000. The first set are already they are training with the military, with the Nigerian Army, 1,000 border control force that we won't be able to talk about in public.
Yeah, okay. So another area that your ministry oversees is the correctional services. And there are many Nigerians who are on remand, who have not, I visited Kirikiri prison in December last year, and over 900 of the inmates were on remand, and some of them had been there for a few years. So what is being done to process people quicker through the system to get them either in front of a judge, acquitted or convicted? So what's your agency doing?
I think that question should go to justice, but we are working very well with justice. There's always this misconception about the correctional service. When they talk about correctional service, people think we are responsible for end-to-end of the criminal justice system. We're not. We're just custodians. It's just like where people put people. All right. Yes. We're not we're not the prosecutor. We're not the judge or the judiciary and whatever. So there's very little we can do in that regard. And part of what we were able to do within our contest is when we came on board, we did an analysis, and we realized that 5% of our inmates were in correctional center because of inability to pay petty fines. All right? And that alone was over 4,082, about 4,082 inmates. And we were able to work with the private sector. We raised those funds, paid off the fines, and they were released. So in 2023, we were able to decongest by 5%. That we can do.
Right.
But it's impossible for the court to remand somebody and I will go and release the person. I don't have such powers.
Sure.
So the responsibility of the correctional center is just the safekeeping of inmates.
But
Once
it's in
we're
your
able-
interest
Pardon?
to, it's in your interest to ensure overcrowding doesn't happen. And
Yeah,
yes.
So that's our responsibility.
Yeah.
But on the issue of decongestion, by virtue of the laws, that lies with the judiciary.
Okay. All right. We'll pause here to see if there's any questions for the Honourable Minister. We have a mic roaming.
Lucky me.
We'll let you off easy.
Hello.
Any questions? Yeah. Okay.
Can I?
Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Dr. Anthony Okungowa, Head of Service, Edo State. Honorable Minister, sir, let me thank you sincerely for all that you have been doing. As a matter of fact, last week I needed a passport, an international passport. I thought I would get it in 2 weeks, and I got it in 24 hours. I was actually shocked because I was way back, way away from here in Benin, not in Abuja, so it was done in 24 hours. I did the capturing on a Monday, and by Tuesday I was called to receive my passport, and I did. So thank you very much, sir. I also want to thank you because in the course of your presentation, you mentioned the Permanent Secretary 4 times. We were counting, forgive us. And it shows clearly that you have not taken the credit for all that you have been doing alone. You have shared the credit with your junior colleagues, those who work with you. And so we also thank you. For us who are heads of service, we appreciate you. We think that perhaps you should speak more, than you're already doing. It seems it's only the federal here that are using you. You need to speak to us in the States. You recall, sir, last time when we met at the Imokwede program, I did invite you to Edo State. And we're looking forward excitedly to receiving you there. We haven't spoken about that. I just want to ask, as a legal scientist, I'm interested in strategy. I would like to know strategy. I would like to know, strategy, of course, must have played a huge role in your success so far. So what is your strategy? Is it in terms of leadership, is it the dog type or the chicken type? Of course, the dog leads from the front and the chicken from the back. So what would you say about that? And what lessons do you think heads of service like us can learn from what you have been doing? That's on the one hand. On the second hand, sustainability. For me, is important. We do a lot of these things, but at the end of the day, if they are not sustained, it would be better if we hadn't done them at all. So what is your strategy? What are your plans to sustain what you have started in your ministry? Thank you.
Okay. I'll let you answer that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the very kind words. You asked about my strategy. I'll be very direct. I think number one is for you to earn the confidence and trust of your subordinates. It's very key. Earn the trust of your subordinates. Very, very important. Your team must believe in your leadership. It's very important. Then number two, you must also understand that even though you are the captain of the ship, you are also a member of the team. Remember that. And number three is never lead out of fear. Never use fear as an instrument of leadership. Never use fear. If the least in your organization cannot afford to be creative and innovative, and they will know you will listen to them, trust me, you might be losing the missing link. Because one thing we've been able to do in the Ministry of Interior, with due respect, is that most of these solutions, a lot of these things are from officers, civil servants, public servants. They are creative, they are innovative, and they know that we appreciate that. And lastly, is for you to be able to do what I call CAP. If you cannot innovate, just understand what the problem is, see where such problems have been solved, copy, adapt to meet your peculiarity, and paste. So I call it CAP, C-A-P. There is no challenge you have now that's not been sorted somewhere else. So that is the essence of research and research. So for me, the strategy, as I said, human capital, development leadership, let people be able to be free, and of course, learn to copy, adapt, and paste to meet your peculiarities.
Okay, thank you so much. That is all we now have time for. Honorable Minister, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on all you're doing in your ministry, and we wish you continued success. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can do better with that round of applause for the Honorable Minister of Interior, Honorable Dr. Olubomi Tunji Ojo. Well, thank you very much. That will be your way. So they've joined the head of service down there for a photograph. That will be that way. No, you walk down that way. Thank you. Can we please applaud them one more time? Thank you so very much. Thank you. Would like to quickly let you in on the fact that we're getting ready for the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony will be happening very shortly. Would like to invite those of you who are meant to be in the various stages to please do us the honor of moving to the stage that you are assigned to. If you scan the barcode on your tags, there's a barcode. It also tells you where the stages are, where you're meant to be, and we need to do that now with some dispatch so we can get the opening ceremony underway. We have lists of our dignitaries that will be recognized, and that will be in the course of the opening ceremony. So once again, thank you so very much for being part of this second edition of the International Civil Service Conference, convened by the head of Civil Service of the Federation. Thank you so very much. Please let's settle down, and those of you meant to be moving to your various stages can do that now. The stages, you won't be missing out of anything at all if you go to your stage. The reasons are that this program is being streamed live on YouTube, and aside that, you'll be watching everything that's happening here real time at your various stages. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. We have the Rejuvenate stage. Innovate, impact, activate, aspire, accomplish, accelerate, and of course, this main stage, which is transform. Thank you.
Please, can we do that so that we can pave way for the representative of the special guest of honor, who is being expected any moment from now? We need us to settle down. And again, would like to plead with all our distinguished participants. Those of you meant to be moving to the various stages can do that now. and also pave way for the honorable ministers and our special guests to be able to take their seats. Would like that the thoroughfare be free. Can we free the thoroughfare, please? Can we please free the thoroughfare, the aisle, please? We've read out the various stages. Would like to go through that again so that you'd get abreast with what stage you're meant to be. The stages are as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay right attention. On the contrary, you can also scan the barcode for the agenda for this conference, day 1 and 2. And then, of course, on these barcode as well, it will lead you to the stage where you're meant to be. The stages, as we announced before, we have the rejuvenate stage, innovate, impact, activate, aspire, accomplish, accelerate. Those are the various stages. Please, let's do that now so we can get the stage set for the opening ceremony.
Esteemed delegates, just to inform you that we have a medical stand and the Federal Ministry of Health booth for today and tomorrow. We are running checks of blood pressure check, general consultation, blood sugar, HIV, rapid test for malaria, hepatitis B and C. We also have ambulance services available. Thank you very much.
Again, we've informed you of the position and location, rather, of the conveniences, toilets or lavatories as you wish to call them. We have some directly behind these marquee, and we have some other ones very close to the VIP pavilion. We thank you very much for your kind attention. We're hoping that in no distance time, we will be able to hit the ground running with a program of events for the opening ceremony. We appreciate the presence of the honorable ministers and high commissioners, ambassadors of various countries, participating countries that are already seated. Would like to welcome all our very distinguished guests from within and outside the shores of Nigeria and Africa. We'd like to welcome the immediate past head of Civil Service of the Federation of Nigeria, Dr. Folashade Yemiason. We'd like to welcome you, CFR. We'd also like to welcome the delegation from the United Nations, as well as the UN Women. I'm told that we have Dr. Maxime Huinato, the UN Women Regional Director for West and Central Africa, representing the UN Women Executive Director, Ms. Seema Bowes. We'd like to welcome you. We'd also like to recognize and welcome the presence of the British High Commissioner to Nigeria. We'd like to welcome you, Your Excellency, Mr. Richard Montgomery. We'd like to appreciate your presence. We recognize and welcome you, Professor Kingsley Mogalu, the former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. We recognize your presence, the Honorable Minister for Women Affairs and Social Development, Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim FSI. Would like to welcome you. We also recognize your presence, the Honorable Minister for State Regional Development. We'd like to recognize the presence, Honorable Uba Megeri Amodu Esquire. Your Excellency, you're welcome, sir. We also welcome you, the Honorable Minister of State for Works, Honorable Bello Mohammed Goronyo Esquire. We'd like to welcome you, sir. We recognize your presence, Professor Tunji Olaoba, the Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission. Would like to welcome you. We also want to welcome the Honorable Minister of Youth, Comrade Ayodele Olawande Wisdom. We'd like to welcome you. Thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate your presence. CG Immigrations, Kemi Nana Nandap, MSI. Professor Ahmed A. Audi, MNI OFR, is the Commandant General of the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps. We'd like to welcome you. The CG Correctional Service, Sylvester Ndidi Nwakuche, would like to welcome you and members of your delegation. We also appreciate the presence of a Director General and CEO of the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA, Kashifu Inua Abdullahi. Thank you so very much for joining us here this morning. We also appreciate the presence of the Honorable Minister for Arts, Culture, Tourism and the Creative Economy, Barrister Hanatu Musa Musawa. We welcome you. Honorable Dr. Tunji Olubomi Ojo, our resource person who just finished his presentation and answering very tough questions about the reforms he's brought to bear. We'd like to also appreciate you. Thank you so very much. Heads of service from the 36 states of the Federation would like to welcome you. And of course, the head of service of the Federal Capital Territory, we welcome you. For all international delegations and partners from the various participating countries, we'd like to appreciate you very warmly from the United States of America, from the United Kingdom, from Singapore, from Switzerland, from Ghana, from the Republic of Gambia, Zimbabwe, Ethiopia, Algeria, Sudan, Indonesia, Colombia, and Iran, respectively. Please, let's give all of them a very deserving round of applause for being here with us. We thank you, and thank you enormously for this. Senator Atiku Bagudu, CON, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister of Budget and Economic Planning, he was one of the first to get to this venue pretty very early this morning, and a little while ago he walked in here again. We'd like to welcome you, and we appreciate your presence. Permit me to also recognize a dear sister, the Cuban ambassador to Nigeria, with concurrence to the ECOWAS. We'd like to welcome Your Excellency, Miriam Urales. We'd like to welcome you. Thank you so very much for being here. We recognize the presence, Maricel Romero Cantillo, the Consular Honorary de Colombia to Nigeria, all the way from Colombia. We welcome Your Excellency. Thank you for coming. The other white man on the other side. The white man on the other side. He gets to the head of civil service and our chief host and convener and initiator of this laudable program, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson Jock, OON MNI. Permit me to also recognize the presence of the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program. I'd like to welcome Miss Elsie Atafua. Please, a warm round of applause for her as well, from the UN family. We welcome all of you. Akwaba. So that we don't forget, aside the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is meant to be playing the role of our special guests of honor at this event, we're also having joining us virtually the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, who will be joining us virtually from New York.
The civil service is the engine room of governance, shaping policies, driving reforms, and strengthening the systems that power national economies. In recognition of this vital role, the International Civil Service Conference returns for its second edition, ICSC 2026. Theme: Reforms, Resilience, and Results. From May 20th to 21st, 2026, Eagle Square, Abuja becomes the gathering point for policy leaders, reform champions, and innovators committed to advancing
Just give me a second, please. Whilst this is coming on, please would like to remind us that the seats that you see that have just been allowed to remain vacant are seats meant for the honorable ministers that we are expecting to grace this event. And so we would like to please plead with all our distinguished guests that everyone else should please leave the seats as they are for now. And then, of course, it is also pertinent that we recognize the presence of Right Honorable Adefumilayo Tejosho, the Executive Director, Corporate Services Southwest Development Commission. We'd like to welcome you. We also welcome Barrister Oluwaseun Faleye, the Managing Director of the Social Insurance Trust Fund. We'd like to welcome you. Appreciate the presence of the heads of paramilitary and military organizations here. We welcome you. Again, we want to remind you that this program is being streamed live, and in a short while when we get started for the opening ceremony, we'll be live on national television stations. Dr. Shamsuddin Babatunde Ogunmuyiwa, Ogunjimi, I beg your pardon, Dr. Shamsuddin Babatunde Ogunjimi, FCA, the Accountant General of the Federation, would like to welcome you. We can have the documentary playback at this point, please.
Continues with dynamic exhibitions, more technical sessions, panel discussions, and strategic engagements showcasing innovation and best practices across ministries, departments, and agencies. ICSC 2026 is strictly by invitation. Join us from May 20th to 21st, 2026 at Eagle Square, Abuja. To participate virtually, register now at www.icsc.ohcsf.gov.ng ICSC 2026, shaping the future of public service.
The maiden edition of the International Civil Service Conference demonstrated the value of collaboration between government and the private sector. ICSC 2026, themed Reforms, Resilience, and Results, returns as a premier platform for organizations seeking to engage with government, showcase innovation, and contribute to national development. Partners and sponsors will benefit from premium brand visibility, strategic networking opportunities, and direct engagement with decision makers, while gaining access to over 5,000 physical attendees from across the public sector and development community. ICSC 2026 will hold May 20th to 21st, 2026 at Eagle Square, Abuja. Organizations interested in partnership and sponsorship opportunities are invited to register their interest at icsc.ohcsf.gov.ng. ICSC 2026, where partnerships power reform and innovation drives results. The maiden edition of the International Civil Service Conference demonstrated the value of collaboration between government and the private sector. ICSC 2026, themed Reforms, Resilience, and Results, returns as a premier platform for organizations seeking to engage with government, showcase innovation, and contribute to national development. Partners and sponsors will benefit from premium brand visibility, strategic networking opportunities, and direct engagement with decision makers, while gaining access to over 5,000 physical attendees from across the public sector and development community. ICSC 2026 will hold May 20th to 21st, 2026 at Eagle Square, Abuja. Organizations interested in partnership and sponsorship opportunities are invited to register their interest at icsc.ohcsf.
Please, can we all settle down? The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is a special guest of honor at these events, just about making his way. We don't want to see people standing. Can you please either move to your stage or better still take your seat? Can we have you take your seats, please? We don't want to see people standing. Can we all please take our seats?
Please, security aides on the aisle, kindly clear the aisle, please. You should be at the extreme end. Please, let's clear the aisle where the cameramen are. Please.
There'll be time enough for exchange of pleasantries.
Thank you.
And networking. Please, for now, can we please settle down? Please, can we take our seats? If you're an aide to either of our principals and you are standing, you can move to the corners of these auditoriums. So we have these free. We want everyone seated, please.
Gentlemen of the press, please kindly move backwards, please. Please kindly move backwards. Please.
Sound manager, please have the national anthem on cue. Okay. Yes, Doctor, you have a role to play here. Please get ready for the national anthem wherever you are, where you're seated. Please come towards the stage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please may we rise to receive in our midst this afternoon the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented at this event by the engine room of the government, and he is none other than His Excellency Senator Dr. George Akume, CON, the Secretary to Government of the Federation. Being led in by the Chief Convener of this program. Dr. Enekeshi, please be on standby. Please, can the rest of us take our seats? Remain standing, but of course we need to clear the aisle and clear the thoroughfare. We welcome you, Your Excellency.
Media men, please kindly clear the aisle, please. Kindly move back to your designated positions, please, to avoid disruptions. Please.
Thank you. At this point in time, would like to call for the national anthem. Please, let's remain standing. First stanza only, please.
Beautiful rendition of the first stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, who will recite the third stanza as the opening prayer. The third stanza of the Nigerian national anthem. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed. Amen.
Amen. And amen. Please be seated. We'll be taking the Federal Civil Service Anthem alongside. Please do us that favor. Do us that favor. We're proud to let you in on the fact that Nigerian civil service has an anthem, and it is better you learn from us today. Please, let's have the Federal Civil Service anthem. Very quickly.
There were obstacles and there were hurdles that we had to face. There were challenges and there were struggles that we had to brace. Now there's a sound of change that is coming, a journey towards a transforming and rebuilding a system that will stand the test of time. Yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time.
Efficient, productive, incorruptible, citizen-centered and epic culture.
This is the Federal Civil Service. Our mission is clear as day. This is a call for transformation. This is a vision for change. A citizen-centered epic culture. Join us to move Nigeria forward. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness.
Creating new possibilities, rebuilding capacity. Serving the people with excellence and honesty. Where there's a drive, where there's inspiration, partnership and innovation. Yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time. Oh, yes, we're building a system that will stand the test of time. This is the Federal Civil Service. Our mission is clear as day. This is a call for transformation. This is a vision for change. A citizen-centered epic culture. Join us to move Nigeria forward. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness. Marching to greatness. Where technology meets innovation for sustainability. Civil servants rewarded for excellence and creativity. Yes, a strong civil service means hope for our country.
This is the Federal Civil Service. Our mission is clear as day.
This is a call for transformation. This is a vision for change.
A citizen-centered epic culture. Join us to move Nigeria forward. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness.
Marching to greatness. Marching to greatness. Marching to greatness. EP, I see culture marching to greatness.
Thank you very much. Please, if you intended to make that a clap for the Nigerian Civil Service, Can we make it a bit louder than that for them as you take your seats?
Thank you very much. The anthem you just listened to was reintroduced by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation upon assumption of duty on 14th of August 2024. And indeed, a strong civil service means hope for every country, as it is the permanent bureaucracy that keeps every administration running. Once again, welcome.
Thank you very much. The special guest of honor, Your Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented this morning by the Secretary to Government of the Federation, His Excellency Senator George Akume, CON, the representative of the President of the Senate Committee Chairman on Establishment and Public Service, and his counterpart from the House of Representatives, members of the National Assembly here present, members of the Federal Executive Council here present, the chief host of this event and convener, our dear Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson Jack, OON, MNI, Head of Civil Service of the Federation of Nigeria, the Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Tunji Olaoba, the honorable ministers that are here with us. I've recognized all of you in your numbers, service chiefs, heads of agencies of government, paramilitary and military formations, the chairman, Aig Imokwede Foundation, Chairman Phillips Consulting, heads of services from across the 36 states of the Federation and the Federal Capital Territory, MD, CEO, Flutterwave, and all of your team, our very distinguished participants from the various participating countries and leaders of these delegations, Federal Permanent Secretaries, members of a diplomatic corps, international delegation, heads of civil service institutions, and senior government officials from the United States of America, from the United Kingdom, from Singapore, Switzerland, Ghana, the Gambia, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Algeria, Sudan, Indonesia, Iran, Ethiopia, and Colombia, respectively. Heads of security agencies, heads of agencies, and parastatals, development partners, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to just warmly welcome you to the second edition of the International Civil Service Conference 2026. Today, Nigeria proudly hosts thought leaders from of reform and champions and public sector professionals from across the globe for this very strategic conversation that will shape the future of governance and public administration. The theme of this year's conference, as we all know, reforms, resilience, and results, speaks directly to the demand of our time. It reflects the urgent need for bold reforms, adaptive institutions, and measurable outcomes in the delivery of public service. To speak further and to shed light on the tone setting for this event, it is proper that we invite the chief convener and chief host of this event, the very delectable, quintessential visionary, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson Jack, OON, MNI, Head of Civil Service of the Federation, the reformist as I call her, to come to the stage to formally welcome all distinguished participants and the President of the Federation formally to this event. We can do better with that round of applause for this delectable woman.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the International Civil Service Conference 2026. 11 months ago, we stood on this ground and made a bold commitment to rejuvenate, innovate, and accelerate the transformation of the Nigerian civil service and civil services all over the globe. Today, we return not to repeat ourselves, but to demonstrate. We have brought progress, we have brought proof, and we have brought renewed determination to go further. To our international delegates, welcome to Abuja. Last year, 6 countries participated. This year, 16 nations are at this table. The United States, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Singapore, Indonesia, Colombia, Ghana, the Gambia, Zambia, Algeria, Zimbabwe, Sudan, Iran, Ethiopia, DR Congo, and of course, Nigeria. Over 5,000 participants are already here in the conference, and then we have thousands more online. Your presence gives this conference a truly global character and reminds us that the future of public administration belongs to those who learn together. We gather this year under the theme Reforms, Resilience, and Results. 3 words chosen with purpose. Reform, because no institution survives by doing tomorrow exactly what it did yesterday. Resilience, because the world does not pause its disruptions, and we know there are many, while we reorganize. And results, because citizens everywhere are done waiting for potential. They want delivery. All 38 federal ministries and extra-ministerial departments in the federal civil service digitalized their work processes ahead of the 31st of December deadline. And so now we are here to let you know that we have learned and we have results. Our ServiceWise GPT platform, an AI tool that helps civil servants navigate service rules and institutional knowledge, has recorded over 50,000 conversations. These are not vanity metrics. They are evidence that technology, when it solves real problems, gets adopted. These achievements should fill us with pride and motivate us to continue advancing. We are also deepening the conversation on responsible artificial intelligence in governance. Our position is clear. AI must expand human capacity, not replace human judgment. It must serve citizens, especially the most vulnerable, not simply those already well served. We could not have achieved these successes without the visionary leadership, strong support, and unwavering commitment of His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Mr. President has set a clear tone for performance, accountability, and results. The federal civil service moving faster, thinking bigger, working smarter, and delivering better. For the confidence and support, we remain grateful. Now, the architecture of this conference, ICSC 2026, is structured across 8 stages: aspire, innovate, activate, accelerate, accomplish, rejuvenate, transform, and impact as a deliberate progression. They reflect the journey that genuine reform takes from vision through implementation to making gains last and delivering lasting results. The 3 roundtables will tackle the future of work in the public sector, partnerships and collaboration, and financing reform under fiscal pressure. They are not designed to generate the usual friction that produces insight. They are designed for comfortable consensus. The deal room is our most consequential innovation this year. Stakeholders will not merely discuss partnerships, they will formalize them with legal officers on hand to support the signing of memorandum of understanding. We want this conference to end with signatures, not just speeches. So your active engagement is essential to turn discussions into tangible commitments. To every delegate in this room, we have not invited you here to observe Nigeria. We have invited you to participate in a global conversation. Some of you have solved problems we are still working through. Some of you are working through problems we have recently solved. That is exactly why the diversity in this room is an asset, not merely a courtesy. So I ask you to engage fully, visit the stages, participate actively in roundtables, and sign agreements in the deal room. When you leave Abuja, bring back one actionable commitment as a reform that remains in a conference notebook is a missed opportunity. Welcome to ICSC 2026. Welcome to Abuja. Welcome to the conversation that will help us build the civil services our citizens desire. Thank you.
Very well delivered, eloquent, with so much poise and elocution. Please, can we give it to her one more time? The chief host of this event, ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate with me a distinguished patriot and icon of excellence and a gracious host of this prestigious conference, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, OON, MNI. One more round of applause, please, just as it takes her set. Your Excellency, our very dear President, ably represented here by the Secretary to Government of the Federation. Today, we are celebrating an exceptional daughter of Africa, an icon of diplomacy, and a beacon of visionary leadership, Amina J. Mohammed. Her Excellency has continued to distinguish herself on the global stage through service, integrity, intellect, and unwavering commitment to humanity. From Nigeria to the United Nations, she has remained a powerful voice for sustainable development, peace, gender equality, and inclusive progress. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, she's not able to be here with us in person, but she's here to be able to deliver a very goodwill message to this auspicious conference. So if your hands are not as busy, I'd like you to please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, Mrs. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Her Excellency Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to join you for the International Civil Service Conference in Abuja and to reflect with you on the future of public service at such an important moment. My thanks to Her Excellency Didi Esther Wilson-Jack for convening this important conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, across the world, people are looking to public institutions for delivery, dignity, and hope. From ensuring access to education, water and sanitation, healthcare and justice, to fostering opportunities and enabling people and communities to flourish, the civil service is critical to all our lives. This is also the promise at the heart of the SDGs Goal 16, peace, just and inclusive societies, grounded in effective, accountable and inclusive institutions. SDG 16 is not only one goal among many, it is the foundation on which progress across the entire 2030 agenda depends. Without peace, development cannot take root. Without justice, inequalities deepen. Without strong institutions, policies do not reach people's lives. And without trust, societies cannot mobilize the collective action needed for transformation. But business as usual will not deliver the change we need. The SDGs are off track. Fiscal pressure are growing. Conflicts, climate shocks, and inequalities are straining communities. And in many places, trust in institutions is being tested. This moment calls for a renewed public service compact, rooted in integrity, professionalism, innovation, and inclusion. It calls for institutions that listen, learn, and deliver. It calls for stronger digital infrastructure and data systems that support sound policy analysis, improve service delivery, strengthen accountability, and bring government closer to the people. It calls for stronger transparency and accountability from the federal level to the local level. And it calls for the full participation and leadership of women and young people, not as beneficiaries alone, but as decision makers, innovators, co-creators, and partners in shaping the future. So as you meet in Abuja, I encourage you to be bold, to ask how the civil service can rebuild trust, deliver faster and fairer, bring government closer to people, and become a true engine for SDG acceleration. At a time when public institutions are under pressure, I pay tribute to all those who serve with dedication and integrity every day. Your work matters for peace, for justice, for dignity, and for the future we owe the next generation. I wish you all a successful and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, we can make that applause a lot louder than that. That is Nigeria's gift to the world. Thank you very much indeed. At this point in time, would like to take a few more goodwill messages. And the very next goodwill message, Your Excellency, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is going to be coming from a man, a very respected diplomat, a committed partner in strengthening the enduring relationship between the United Kingdom and Nigeria, and his dedication to cooperation, development, and mutual progress continues to foster stronger ties between our two nations. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I say to be welcoming to the podium Sir Richard Montgomery, the British High Commissioner to Nigeria. Please, I'd like that we please welcome him with a very deserving round of applause for his goodwill message. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented today by His Excellency, the Secretary of the Government of the Federation, Dr. George Akume, honorable ministers, and of course, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation and other senior officials here. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on protocols already observed. I thought I was going to get away with it because they'd removed the podium, so I thought I wasn't going to have to speak, sir. But I am very honored to be here, and I wanted to start by thanking the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, and for inviting me to deliver some goodwill remarks. And I wanted to say congratulations to you, madam, for this second International Civil Service Conference. I was at the first, the inaugural one last year, and it set an impressive bar, an impressive baseline for sharing lessons of what's going on in Nigeria and also more internationally. And I was delighted to hear we have many more international partners here this year than last, so my congratulations. And I think a round of applause for Mrs. Wolfson-Jack. And I listened to you, Madam, and absolutely I agree that we can all learn from each other. We meet at a time of very significant global uncertainty. Conflict in the Sahel, in Ukraine, the Iran crisis, and all the spillover effects. Technology, artificial intelligence. I remember, Madam, last year you gave a presentation on AI. And of course, AI brings new capabilities. And I think Honorable Minister Dr. Tunji Ojo gave an incredibly inspiring speech earlier on the use of technology in your transformation process. But we also know that these new technologies bring new risks. Finally, of course, geopolitical shifts. We live in an uncertain world. Multilateral cooperation is more difficult sometimes. And we all need to build new partnerships and alliances. And all public servants, including in my own country, are struggling with these uncertainties, with these challenges. So in such challenging times, the role of all of you, the civil service of the Federation, the public servants from other countries, our role is ever much more important. And we are delighted to learn from Nigeria. You know, the United Kingdom has sought to step up our partnership because of the reforms, economic and more broadly, under the Renewed Hope initiative. We are already seeing in Nigeria higher investment and higher growth, but also some impressive resilience to present global challenges. And for the UK, this has created a desire for us to step up our partnership, and we saw that when we signed a new strategic partnership in 2024, and we saw that in the recent state visit of His Excellency, the President, to the United Kingdom, hosted by His Majesty the King. And these diplomatic partnerships, they have to be based on delivery and results. And we were really delighted that we, between us, agreed over $1.5 billion new investment, dollars worth of investment in agriculture, in infrastructure in Nigeria. And of course, the state visit reaffirmed our long-term ties, our commitment, shared commitment to security, prosperity, and democracy. And of course, we harness the benefits of the amazing diasporas in both our countries that create the people-to-people links. But I would discourage, of course, any complacency in our relationship given the context of global uncertainties. And reforms of the economy, of the civil service, of any country take time. They need sustained attention. They need the energy that you are injecting, Madam, into the accelerate and all the 3 R's that you mentioned, reform, resilience, and results, very topical for today's world. But SGF and Mr. President, our countries share a strong and enduring partnership. I'm delighted that the head of civil service has sought out international partnerships, not just from us, but from all the other international partners. We all have issues to learn from each other. But I am particularly delighted that the UK and Nigeria, partly because of your leadership, Madam, continue to cultivate a number of peer-to-peer relationships. That's also in finance, between our central banks, it's between our health agencies, it's between our tax authorities, but most important for today, between our Cabinet Office, your office, between your delivery units and our equivalent in the UK. We're very grateful for the open partnership that you have helped to cultivate. All helped, of course, by diaspora people in both our countries that know both our systems, which is wonderful. So let me end this message of goodwill. I really hope that everybody is able to identify key lessons in all the wonderful stages throughout the venue. I really hope that we get to build the reforms, we can deliver more results, and we can all cultivate our resilience in the year ahead. And I hope that the insights from this conference will inspire us all to do better as public servants and make lives for our citizens in all our countries better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We appreciate you, and your presence here speaks volume to what we're doing here today. Please, can we give him another round of applause, please? In a nutshell, the civil service remains the bridge between government policies and the people's expectations, and that is what this conference is aimed at achieving. Another round of applause for the chief host for convening this program.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andy. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to lead us further in telling the electrifying story of the International Civil Service Conference, please join me in welcoming the Muna Dance Academy troupe all the way from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Rivers State, for their presentation.
From every corner of the land, hear the call. From the winding creeks of the south, from the ancient cities of the center, from the deep forests of the east, from the restless cities of the west, and from the far-reaching plains of the north, let every culture speak. Let every voice be heard as we welcome the hands that sustain a nation.
Mun zo gurin nan domin zaman lafiya da mutunci da amana. Muna gaishe da mutanen wannan guri, ina kwananku, ina gajiyanku. Yanda kowa ya zo gurin nan lafiya, Allah ya komar da kowa gida lafiya.
Àwa ọmọ ilẹ̀ Yorùbá, a kí àwọn tó ń ṣiṣẹ́ fún ire gbogbo ènìyàn.
A nation stands because service never sleeps. Through wisdom, duty, and sacrifice, the hopes of millions are carried forward. Today, cultures unite, nations gather, voices become one. To honor service, to celebrate excellence, to shape the future together. Welcome to the force that sustains a nation. Welcome to the International Civil Service Conference 2026.
Nigeria, stand up. Make way, make way. The commander-in-chief is entering. Woo! From the city to the capital ground, hear the drums and the voices sound. Leader of the nation, steady and strong, moving the people and taking us on. The flag is waving high today, progress rising in every
honor and dignity. A woman of grace and integrity. Civil service leading with wisdom and grace, making impact across the nation's place. This is the Esther Walls and Jack. Who and I will welcome you back. Strong in service, focus and bright, working for Nigeria's future life.
Ladies and gentlemen, the applause is loud. The celebration is sweet. The history has been written. A new service. But beyond the titles, responsibility awaits. Because after the handshakes, after the photographs, after the praises of Carry Go, work must begin.
Bus by 4. But you still there by 6. Now office life be this. Bus by 4. But you still there by 6. Now office life be this. Bus by 4. But you still there by 6. Now office life be this. Hey! Office people, where you there? If your file don't ever lost, say hey! 2, 1, hey! Stamp on, sign on, move that file, no dollar. Stamp on, sign on, once they come, adjust on. Stamp on, sign on, move that file, no dollar. Stamp on, sign on, once they come, adjust on. File don't jam, clear road. Everybody shift, overload. Table to table, pass and go. If you miss once, while I go blow. Left, right, stamp, sign, move that body in a straight line. Delay small, you go pay, fine. Office dance, but we still shine. 805, you dey sneak inside. Bossman eye sharp, nowhere to hide. Chair go squeak as you quickly slide. Act like say you don't there since time. Printer jump, hit them twice. Network slow, you roll your eyes. Madam call, you act all nice. But your mind they lunch and rise. Man, I would that file. Move, no go down for line. No, if you slack one time, no. Now your head go sign. Stamp on, sign on, move that file, no dollar. Stamp on, sign on, once they come, I just
With her team beside her, she steps into the office of service, a place filled with files, paperwork, shells, and systems that have carried the nation for years. This is where long hours live, where paper moves from table to table, where signatures may travel slower than dreams.
Tea break turn mini party. Everybody laugh like they know all I did. But once I got show for the lobby, everybody back to seriously.
But perhaps, just perhaps, change is knocking at the door.
Please, I want to ask, how do I apply for maternity leave as a civil servant?
To apply for maternity leave as a civil servant, you'll generally follow the procedure outlined in the public service rules.
culture, marching to greatness.
Nigeria is still becoming, still reaching toward the version of itself it has always imagined. And behind that movement, behind policies, ministries, institutions, and public trust is the civil service. Not perfect, not without challenge, but willing to evolve. Because reform does not begin in comfort. It begins in the decision to do better, to move from systems that once struggled under the weight of time into systems becoming faster, smarter, and more connected. From service that once felt distant to service becoming more accessible, more responsive, more human. And perhaps that is the real meaning of progress. Acknowledging there were challenges, but refusing to remain where we used to be. Because the strength of a workforce has never been in sameness. It is in variety, in inclusion, in the understanding that creativity and excellence are not limited by physical ability. Somewhere along the journey, somewhere between reform and resilience, the anthem began to sound a lot less like music and more like memory. This is the Federal Civil Service. We are marching to greatness. History will remember our courage to evolve through resilience, reforms, and results.
We
Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that that was a beautiful and energetic performance by the Muna dance troupe. They told the story of the civil service transformation very beautifully. They highlighted our enterprise content management, the digitization of our processes, our paperless policy, and also the service-wise GPT, which has made work very seamless in the civil service. And the epic culture, of course. Civil servants are now epic, efficient, productive, incorruptible, and citizen-centered. No thanks to our amiable head of the Civil Service of the Federation and her team of transformative permanent secretaries. I think they deserve a better round of applause. Thank you very much. Mr. Andy, over to you.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, our special guest of honor, and our distinguished guests from different parts of the world. I'm going to be introducing a man, our leader, who was led with purpose, who is still leading with purpose, who is also leading with unwavering commitment to national renewal, economic transformation, and democratic governance. And his leadership has continued to shape the future of our dear nation. Under his visionary leadership, Nigeria continues to pursue reforms aimed at strengthening institutions, empowering citizens, and building a more resilient, prosperous, and a very virile nation for generations to come. He is not here in person, but he is being represented today by a man who is an accomplished statesman, a seasoned administrator, and a patriot of uncommon dedication. As a former governor of Benue State for 8 consecutive years, distinguished senator of the Federal Republic, former minister of special duties and intergovernmental affairs, and today stands pretty very tall as the Secretary to Government of the Federation. His remarkable journey in public service reflects not only experience and loyalty, but enduring commitment to nation building. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the leader I talk about is His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, who will be speaking through an elder statesman and a patriot, an icon per excellence. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Senator George Akume, CON, Secretary to Government of the Federation, whom the President of Nigeria will be speaking through. Can I have that round of applause one more time for him?
Please be seated. I'll be seated. The glasses, yes. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I stand proxy for my boss, the President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, CCON. He's not here because of other commitments outside of Abuja, but you know he loves the service. Permit me to proceed with his statement to this beautiful occasion. It is a profound pleasure to return to this assembly of dedicated public servants and global partners. About a year ago, we gathered here to flag off a bold vision for a rejuvenated, innovative, and future-ready civil service. Today, we return not merely to review progress, but to acknowledge the first fruits of that collective effort. The theme of this year's conference, Reforms, Resilience, and Results, is not just a slogan. It is a statement of intent and a measure of our progress. It reflects a transition from aspiration to execution, and from execution to measurable impact. In the past 11 months, the Nigerian public service has moved beyond plans and policy declarations. It has tested its systems against global economic pressures, domestic service demands, and the urgent expectations of citizens. The results we see today speak to the resilience, commitment, and adaptability of our workforce. Under the renewed hope agenda of this administration, we promise a government that works for every Nigerian. We recognize then, as we do now, that no policy, however sound, can succeed without a capable, disciplined, and high-performing civil service to implement it. You are the engine room of national transformation. Today, that engine is becoming faster, smarter, more accountable, and more responsive to the needs of our people. When we spoke of digitalization in 2025, some may have considered it an ambition for the distant future. Today, with 38 ministries and extra ministerial departments operating on a secure, paperless, and end-to-end electronic workflow system, we are sending a clear message that Nigeria is building a public service that enables progress. Our bureaucracy must no longer be seen as a bottleneck. It must serve as a bridge to efficiency, investment, innovation, and inclusive growth. This digital leap is being reinforced by the personnel audit and skills gap analysis, which I authorized during the last conference and which is now nearing completion. We are no longer relying on assumptions about our capability and capacity. We are measuring it. We are identifying gaps, strengthening competencies, and ensuring that the right people are placed in the right roles, equipped with the digital skills and professional discipline required for 21st century governance. A few days ago, at the Africa Chief Executive Officer Forum in Rwanda, I spoke about Nigeria's bold digital infrastructure ambition through Project Bridge, building resilient digital infrastructure for growth. As we accelerate our digital transformation journey, we welcome investors and partners to participate in Nigeria's digital infrastructure ecosystem. This is a critical foundation for jobs, business growth, innovation, public service efficiency, and expanded connectivity for millions of Nigerians in the digital economy. Accordingly, all ministries and extra ministerial departments are hereby directed to sustain and deepen their digitalized work processes. Agencies are also directed to adopt digitalization across their internal operations and service delivery systems. The era of manual inefficiency must give way to a culture of speed, transparency, data-driven decision-making, and citizen-centered service. I wish to specifically commend the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, for her exemplary leadership in driving the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2021 to 2025, which has yielded significant results. The integration of innovative tools, including the service-wise GPT, demonstrates what is possible when visionary leadership is matched with disciplined execution, institutional ownership, and a clear commitment to reform. I also commend the collective efforts of our ministries, extra ministerial departments, and agencies. Through sustained internal collaboration, Nigeria's public service transformation journey has continued to gain momentum. a shared commitment to governance reforms, institutional strengthening, and improved service delivery is positioning the country as an emerging benchmark for public service reform on the continent and beyond. To our international partners from Africa and across the world, I thank you for your continued collaboration. Your insights, reform experience, and technical support have strengthened our transformation journey. Nigeria is reforming with confidence, not only to meet domestic expectations, but also to contribute meaningfully to regional and global standards in public service excellence. This conference must therefore serve as a results laboratory. It must challenge us to ask hard questions. How do we make reform irreversible? How do we strengthen accountability? How do we ensure that technology improves service delivery and not merely internal processes? How do we build institutions that endure beyond personalities and political cycles? We must institutionalize resilience so that the progress of today becomes the standard of tomorrow. The world is watching Nigeria. More importantly, Nigerians are expecting results. Our responsibility is to justify their confidence by building a civil service that is efficient, ethical, professional, innovative, and firmly committed to national development. Before I conclude this statement, I want to welcome you all once again, particularly members of the National Assembly, the honorable ministers, the head of service of the Federation of Nigeria, Didi Jack, and her counterparts from across the world. You are sincerely welcome. We also welcome members of the diplomatic corps, especially the UK envoy to our country, Richard Montgomery, and his Cuban counterpart, the chairman, Civil Service Commission, the chairman, Ike Imukede Foundation, permanent secretaries, top public servants, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are all here to participate at this very important occasion. It is therefore, on this note, it is my honor to declare the International Civil Service Conference 2026 open. I look forward to the reform actions, measurable commitments, and practical outcomes that will emerge from your deliberations. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all.
We can do better with that round of applause for the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, speaking through the Secretary to Government of the Federation. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, just as you take your seat very briefly, please be seated briefly, Your Excellency. Please, thank you very much. We want to welcome the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole. Would like to welcome you. And also want to recognize members of the diplomatic community that have just joined us, the ambassadors of Tunisia, the ambassador of Algeria, and the ambassador of Cuba, respectively. We would like to welcome all of you. Thank you very much. We'll be having a photo opportunity with the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And that will be done on the stage. We're going to crave an indulgence. It's going to be a brief walk to the stage, and the head of Civil Service of the Federation will be leading the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces to the stage for pictures. But before that, I'd like to invite all the ministers and members of the Federal Executive Council that are here to please come up to the stage and wait for the minister and the head of service who will be leading him to join them. Honorable ministers, please. Can we have the honorable ministers join us on this platform? It's going to be done up here. Yes. Honorable Ministers, please can I have you join us here on this platform? It is when we are settled that we can invite the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, represented here by the Secretary to Government of the Federation. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, please be on standby as well. And then the very third batch will be our distinguished, that will be the second batch after this. Honorable Ministers are already on standby. They're here on stage. May I invite the Head of Civil Service to please invite the President to please join her over here. And of course, after this batch, we'll be inviting members of diplomatic community to also take their turn with a photo opportunity with the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces represented. Members of the Diplomatic Corps and development partners will take their turn together. That will be immediately after this. Your Excellency. Please, photographers, we need to do this with some dispatch so we can go back to plenary and our technical sessions. Members of a diplomatic community and development partners, please, you're up next. Thank you, Honorable Ministers. The SGF and the Head of Civil Service will remain. Mr. Richard Montgomery. The ambassadors closest. All right, please, let's take our turn. Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic community and our development partners. Please, let's get up close and personal. Let's get up close so that the pictures, oh yes, please, thank you. Okay. All right. Photographers, are you done? Thank you. Thank you very much, members of the diplomatic community. You may excuse us now as we allow the head of service to remain with the President's representative as we invite former head of civil service of the Federation and the permanent secretaries to please come up and take their turn. Federal permanent secretaries and heads of services from the 36 states and FCT. We might have to break that in two batches as well. Heads of service of countries, not the state heads of services yet. Heads of service of countries and heads of services from the 36 states and the FCT. Heads of service from the various visiting countries, participating countries, and heads of services from the states will be next after the permanent secretaries. If the permanent secretaries are very many, we might break it down to 2-second batch. Ghana? Okay. Yes. Okay, please, Your Excellency, we might have to break this. Can we break this into two batches, please? Because so many of you don't have a position right now. Can I do this? Do me a favor? Thank you. Those of you from here, just stand down. You can join. So you're tall enough, but from... Okay, please all of you join. We'll try. It's the beauty of staying together like that big broom that you all represent, the strength of a broom. They say you can all join. You can do ovation stand, standing sideways. Stand sideways and then look at the cameras. Yes, ma'am. Stand sideways at that end. Hello, sir. Stand sideways and then you look at the cameras. And if you are exiting the stage, please use the other side of the stage, the other stairway. Thank you very much. The next batch, heads of service from the states. Heads of service from the states and from participating countries. Heads of civil service from the participating countries and the 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory. Heads of civil service from the visiting countries and 36 states of Nigeria and the FCT. Can we do this with some dispatch, please? Heads of service from the states and heads of service from the participating countries. Directors generals, executive secretaries, MDs and CEOs of government parastatals, please be on standby for the next batch of photograph. Thank you very much, heads of service. You can join. Thank you very much. Can we have the directors generals and executive secretaries and CEOs of government parastatals? CG Immigrations, CG Correctional Service, CG Civil Defense, and representative of the police can join. Executive secretaries and directors generals of parastatals, departments and agencies of government. Directors, generals, and executive secretaries, MDs, and CEOs of government agencies. Thank you very much. We mentioned heads of paramilitary organizations, Commandant General Civil Defense, Controller General of Nigerian Immigration Service, Kemi Nana Nanda, CG Customs if is here. Please, ma'am, CG Immigrations, ma'am, we're inviting you to join the head of service and the president for a photograph. Including the rep of NDLEA. Hold on, please, briefly for the CG Immigrations. Ma'am? right. And then if the head of civil service, as magnanimous as she is, would allow the two masters of ceremony, or the three of us, including Stephanie, join you for a photograph. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, heads of paramilitary and formations. Thank you so much. Stephanie. Stephanie? Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Oh, Stephanie is here at last. Representative of governors that are here, Benue State Governor and I think Anambra also. The two representatives, please, can we have you quickly? Thank you very much. Representative of the Governor of Benue State and I think was that an Anambra. Can we have you quickly? But if you're here alone, then you're just the luckiest, please. On this side of the SGF, so it will be balanced. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And that will be it for photographs at this point. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency, the head of civil service. Thank you. As you go back to your seat, let's clear the thoroughfare very quickly. We'll be taking the pledge to bring the the opening ceremony to a close. That will be as soon as the special guest of honor returns to his seat. Can we have the... May we please rise at this juncture for the pledge to bring the opening ceremony of this conference to a close. The anthem, okay, fine. So can we have the first stanza of the national anthem as against the pledge, just directed? Not the pledge, the national anthem, first stanza. Do you have it? If not, we'll recite it with enthusiasm as we're all excited about this.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign
Thank you very much. We wish you a very pleasant day for those of you that are leaving, especially our president who is here represented by the Secretary to Government of the Federation. But for the rest of us, please, the technical sessions continues in the various stages. So you may wish to go to your stage as you go, and we wish you a very pleasant day ahead. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a quick announcement on lunch. The VVIP court is just right outside this hall. To my left-hand side for the heads of service, head of civil service of the Federation, ministers and diaspora delegates. We have a VIP court behind the presidential pavilion to accommodate permanent secretaries, DGs, heads of service of state, CEOs. To the right inside the pavilion, while directors will be attended to in the same pavilion to the left. For all other delegates, we have 10 food courts just around. Kindly locate food court 1 to 5. We have 2 caterers each there. They will attend to all delegates. For protocol officers, security, drivers, road safety officials, fire service, food courts 6 and 7. Please, we are to reconvene at 2:30, please, for the technical session. Thank you very much. Please, the VVIP is just to my left. For the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, ministers, and international delegates. Please. Thank you. Please, all international delegates are to use this exit to the VVIP food court. All international delegates. Please. Thank you.
After the lunch break, and what we're doing next is to resume plenary immediately. The next concern will be X-raying resilience in the supply chain, modernizing public procurement standards. And our lead panelist is going to be handling that aspect. Stephanie is going to the Executive Secretary, NSITF, is going to be doing justice to delivering his keynote. He's our main speaker and is among one of our sponsors. We hold you in high esteem. and we appreciate the fact that you are here. Please also remember that the other stages are going to be going on, sessions are going on there in the other stages simultaneously. So if you're meant to be in this hall, please welcome. If you're meant to be in any of the other halls, or rather other stages, we'd like to enjoin you to please do that, move over that, move over to the stage that you're meant to be. In all, we have 8 stages. And the 8 stages for today are as follows. Please, those of you at the rear, can we move forward a little bit? Can we move forward, please? Let's move forward, please. Those of you at the rear, if you're a participant, please move forward. The 8 stages, this stage we're in is called Transform. If you scan the barcode on your tag, you see the agenda or program flow for Wednesday, day 1 of this conference. And it takes you straight to the stage where you're meant to be. We have Transform, Rejuvenate, Innovate, Impact, Activate, Aspire, Accomplish, and Accelerate. These are the various stages. You may wish to please join yours. At the moment, we are going to be listening to the Executive Secretary of the NSITF do a presentation. The Managing Director and CEO of NSITF will be coming up, but want to have a handful of our participants return to their seats. And just as I announced earlier on, we'll be very delighted for you to have move over from the rear to somewhere in the middle here so we can all feel among and sit together. We welcome you back from the lunch break. We'll see the former CBN Deputy Governor, Professor Kingsley Moalu. We appreciate you joining us here, heads of agencies and our participants and heads of civil service from the various participating countries. Would like to welcome you back from the lunch break. We want to form a quorum before we get to inviting our next resource person. Please, heads of agencies and our permanent secretaries, chief executives of departments and agencies of government, both at the national and sub-national levels, would like that you join us, and our participants and heads of delegations from the participating countries, so we can get this segment of our conference underway. Barrister Oluwaseun Fale is ready on standby, fully armed to the teeth to explain the topic for discussion at this time. Development partners and our participants, I want to take it to mean that we have formed the quorum in this very hall that we're seated. Transform. This stage is called Transform Stage. We have Rejuvenate, Innovate, Impact, Activate, Aspire, Accomplish, and Accelerate. All of them are happening simultaneously. Sessions are ongoing. So if you ask that we get started, then we put it to a voice vote. Mr. Toilet, Professor Kim, I'd like to appreciate you. Professor Sim, I beg your pardon. I'd like to appreciate you as well. As the founder of the World Toilet Organization, I'd like to appreciate you. For those of you that would wish to attend and participate in a roundtable conversations, you may wish to join them now because the roundtable is ongoing at the moment. So I think with this, let me put it to voice vote. Do you wish that we get started now because we're running behind schedule? Can we get started? Yes or no? Those in favor that we start now say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And so please, can I have the privilege of inviting a very erudite, a legal luminary of very high repute, one whose reforms are world-class and has brought his wealth of experience to bear with running affairs of the affairs of NSITF. Is a very cerebral mind and very highly respected amongst his peers and even beyond. I'd like you to please join me, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in welcoming to the stage the Managing Director and CEO of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, Barrister Oluwaseun Fale. Please, can we make that applause a bit louder than that for him? It is after your presentation that we'll be inviting Stephanie to take charge of proceedings. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much.
Tabletop mic, can we have it on?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that after the very sumptuous lunch, we're ready for the afternoon session. It's my pleasure to be here. I recognize all of the distinguished participants who have taken time to be here this afternoon. On behalf of the Board of Management of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, I want to use this opportunity to appreciate the steadfastness of the head of service, Dame Mrs. Esther Jack Wilson, for putting this together. This is the second year running, and from the commencement of the conference, NSITF has taken it upon itself to be a veritable partner to the success of this conference and will continue to do so. It's my honor and privilege to stand before this distinguished gathering at the 2026 International Civil Service Conference. Again, I commend the organizers for convening this timely and important dialogue around the theme Reform, Resilience, and Result. The theme is not merely aspirational, it's indeed a call to action. Across the globe, public institutions are under unprecedented pressure to deliver efficient services,
restore public confidence, and adopt rapid technological and economic disruption that ensures that governance remains people-centered and much more sustainable. For us in Nigeria, the conversation around reform is no longer optional. It is indeed very, very urgent. The future of governance and national development depends on the ability of our institutions to evolve, to innovate, and to respond effectively to the needs of our citizens. And I can say with all confidence that we've embraced this and we've chosen to lead by example at the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund. Reform in itself is the foundation of institutional progress. Institutions that resist change eventually become ineffective and disconnected from the very people they are meant to serve. But true reform is not merely structural, it's cultural. It demands a shift in mindset from bureaucracy to responsiveness, from routine administration to strategic impact, and from excuses to execution. Reforms, again, are deliberate changes or improvements made to a system, institution, law, policy, or practice in order to correct problems, improve efficiency, promote fairness, or adapt to new conditions. So in general terms, reforms involves modifying what already exists rather than completely replacing it. It is usually aimed at making something work better. That was the mindset that we brought to bear when we assumed the leadership at the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, whose mandate is to operationalize the employee compensation scheme, a scheme that deals with death, injuries, diseases, and disabilities that may befall a worker in the course of work. When I assumed office as the Managing Director of Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund on July 15, 2024, we met an institution with enormous potential but significant operational challenges. The Employee Compensation Scheme, which in itself is a landmark social protection instrument established under the Employee Compensation Act of 2010, was not fulfilling its full potentials. Compliance was uneven, claim processing was slow, public awareness was at its lowest, and confidence of stakeholders was very, very fragile. It was a scheme that needed to be reformed, particularly as it relates to its operations and impact on the main people it was designed to serve, which are the Nigerian workers. We chose not to complain about these challenges. We chose to confront them head-on through deliberate, bold, and measurable reforms. And we will share some of these initiatives with you. First, on governance and institutional integrity, we partnered with the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission to strengthen anti-corruption mechanisms within the fund, because we know that with institutional integrity and transparency, we can earn the public trust required to really build the resilience and sustainability that the fund and the scheme requires to thrive. We initiated a memorandum of understanding with the ICPC to formalize our collaboration. For us, that was not a window dressing affair. It was a clear signal that the new NSITF will operate on non-negotiable principles of accountability and transparency. We empowered our anti-corruption and transparency unit and designated about 120 staff as Act 2 liaison officers across all our offices nationwide. Secondly, on digital transformation, We moved away from fragmented, paper-based systems towards a much more integrated digital platforms that enhances transparency and speed. We've invested in automated workflows, real-time tracking of claims, and standardized processing timelines. Our goal is simple. No Nigerian worker or their family should have to endure unnecessary delays when they are entitled to compensation under the law. Third, on expanding coverage and compliance. We've launched an aggressive campaign to take the employee compensation scheme to every corner of this nation with more emphasis on our informal economy. As at date, we've enrolled over 7.6 million employees into the scheme since we started. The implementation of the employee compensation scheme within the Federal Civil Service also represents one of the most significant milestones of our reform agenda. This effort was anchored on the reforms commenced by the Federal Civil Service Strategy and Implementation Plan 2025 to drive the integration of these ECS across all ministries, departments, and agencies. Working closely with the Office of the Head of Service of the Federation, we signed a memorandum of understanding that formalized the institutionalization of the employee compensation scheme into the Federal Civil Service. Indeed, in April 2026, the Head of Service, Mrs. Didi Elster Wasinjak, commissioned the ECS help desk at the Office of the Head of Service, which is to serve as a strategic compliance and liaison point with employee compensation scheme officers across our MDAs. The help desk, thank you. The help desk is also to serve as a data and feedback intelligence center and a continuous sensitization channel, ensuring that every civil servant understand and are fully aware of their rights, their entitlements, and the processes of assessing claims or compensation when the need arises. The ECS now complements the Group Life Assurance Scheme, offering broader protection that covers workplace injuries, occupational diseases, disabilities, and fatalities, delivered through transparent, payroll-driven system that reflects this administration's commitment to safeguarding the well-being and dignity of its workers. We've also secured the enrollment of the Nigerian Police Force into the ECS, an historic first, after a robust engagement with the Inspector General of Police. And this signifies that our officers who know that their families will be protected should they sustain any injury or lose their lives in the line of duty. Their confidence and gallantry will increase, and our national security will be better for it. We did not stop here. We've taken the scheme directly to the state governors because we believe that resilience in our workforce will not just be built at the federal level. We believe that the participation of every subnational government is key to building a national holistic resilience into our workforce. I personally led a strategic visit to the governors of Lagos, Rivers, Sokoto, Delta, and Taraba, to mention a few. And in April 2026, we've signed a landmark partnership with the Lagos state government to fully implement the employee compensation scheme in the state civil service. We're also advocating the integration of ECS compliance certificates into subnational government's public procurement processes and requirements, so that companies bidding for government contracts must demonstrate that their workers are indeed protected under the employee compensation scheme. This is how you move from reform, from policy documents, to the lived reality of workers. On claims and processing, and indeed general service delivery. In 2024 alone, NSITF processed 22,352 compensation claims. We achieved a 21% increase in claims payout. We have paid over 90 million in compensation to a separate worker, 76 million to the dependents of a Nigerian brewery's employee, 31 million in medical bills to a Nestle worker, 42.5 million to the family of a diseased, debt-sized employee, worker, and oil and gas firm. For us, these are just not numbers. These are families whose receive justice, dignity, and support in their most vulnerable moments. But beyond the private sector, our reach equally extends firmly into the public service. A total of 484,239,694 naira has been paid in compensation to 39 employees of the Nigerian Customs Service, covering claims arising from death, disability, and medical expenses refund. We've paid and only recently paid 25 million to a staff member of the National Assembly who suffered an occupational disability while in service, a check I personally presented to the clerk of the National Assembly. This disbursement to key federal institutions demonstrates that the employee compensation scheme is not a privilege reserved only for the private sector. It is a right that belongs to every insured worker in this country, whether they serve at our borders or in the hallowed chambers of our legislature. Distinguished participants, for us, reforms without resilience is reform that cannot survive its first storm. The events of recent years, from global economic disruptions to workplace health challenges and the changing nature of work, has shown to us that resilience is one of the most valuable assets of any institution. A resilient public institution is one that can withstand pressure, adapt to change, and continue to deliver value even in the most difficult times. And that resilience really does begin with our people. Civil servants are the engine room of governance, therefore protecting the workforce through effective occupational safety standard, social insurance systems, and inclusive welfare policies is not a luxury. It is a national imperative, and it is what builds resilience in our people. When workers are protected, productivity improves. When institutions are stable, the economy will invariably grow. When citizens trust public systems, the national cohesion is much more strengthened. This is precisely why, under our leadership, the NSITF partnered with Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, and the Nigerian Labour Congress to lead the 2025 Safe Workplace Intervention Project, auditing over 200 workplaces across the country, because we're not waiting for accidents to happen before we act. We're building a culture of prevention. The federal government has also mandated the employee compensation scheme for all federal public workers, which is a decisive step towards ensuring that no civil servant in this country is left unprotected. This directive affirms a fundamental truth. Social protection must remain central to governance reforms. No nation, in our view, can achieve sustainable development while neglecting the welfare and security of its workforce. Our extended coverage has enabled us to build resilience also into our financial sustainability as a fund, Like I said, we assumed office in July 2024. And in that year, by the end of that year, we have invested 14.2 billion in safe and conservative investments to bolster the sustainability of the fund. From 2025 to date, we have invested over 73 billion of our proceeds in very safe and conservative investments to build a fund with better financial buffer that can stand well into the future and continue to provide support for vulnerable members of our community. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of work is changing rapidly. Digitalization, artificial intelligence, remote work systems, and evolving employment patterns determine that governments rethink traditional approaches to labor administration. Our institutions must therefore become proactive rather than reactive, anticipating risk, building safety nets, and empowering workers to thrive in this new economy. Reform and resilience must therefore ultimately lead to results, which really aligns the theme of this conference, from reform, resilience to results. Citizens are not interested in promises alone. They are interested in outcomes that change their lives. I am proud to report that our results have been very, very visible. Since July 2024, we have achieved 26% growth in compliance contributions, reflecting renewed confidence from employers in the employee compensation scheme. Workers' unions across the country have passed a vote of confidence in our management, commending the visible and measurable improvements in our operation. And indeed, they've also been the ambassadors of adoption of the employee compensation scheme. On the operational front, we have significantly reduced claims processing bottlenecks by streamlining our claims process from 7 to just 2. We've cut bureaucratic delays and making it easier to injured workers and their families to access the compensation they deserve. We've digitalized our payment notification system, ensuring that beneficiaries receive timely updates on their claim status. We've deployed focal officers to oversee branch claims operations daily, driving accountability and ensuring optimal results at every touch point. We've trained over 900 counselors to provide psychological, emotional, and grief support to employee compensation scheme beneficiaries. Because, indeed and truly, true compensation is not only financial, it is human. As at April 2026, we have 2,244 employees on the Employee Compensation Scheme monthly beneficiary payroll, receiving regular payments. We've empowered 57 physically challenged beneficiaries through vocational rehabilitation, reskilling, and retooling them to return to productive work. And 78 disabled beneficiaries are currently undergoing medical rehabilitation, with all of them provided with artificial body members. In 2025, we have already processed 24,346 claims, an 8.5% increase over 2024, which in itself represented a 43.3% increase over 2023. These numbers tell a story of an institution that is not slowing down, but accelerating its service to the Nigerian workers. I must add one critical component often overlooked in public sector transformation, and which is communication. No reform succeeds without public understanding and stakeholders' trust. So government institutions must communicate more effectively, transparently, and consistently with citizens. Public trust is built when institutions are accessible, responsive, and accountable. At NSITF, we will continue to strengthen our public engagement and public advocacy because social security only becomes effective when people understand their rights, responsibilities, and available protections. So communication is therefore not merely a support function, it's a strategic tool for governance and institutional credibility. And it's part of the reason why we've partnered with the Head of Service Office to continue to support this program to really advocate for the adoption of the employee compensation scheme, not only at the federal government, because we know that participants come here across the subnational government to understand what the benefits of the Employee Compensation Act is to their employers. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference therefore represents a rare and important opportunity for us to really imagine the future of public service in Nigeria and beyond. The responsibility before us is therefore enormous, but we see it as an opportunity. The future of governance will not be determined by the size of our institutions, but by their capacity to respond effectively to human needs. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for listening. I urge you in your private endeavors, in your businesses, in your places of influence, to urge the adoption of the employee compensation scheme because we believe that it will further add to the resilience of our economy, the resilience of our workforce, and give vulnerable members of our society the sort of social protection that they deserve. Thank you for listening.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, another resounding applause for Barrister Oluwaseun Faleye. Indeed, we must have benefited immensely from his presentation. He's the Managing Director and CEO of the Nigerian Social Insurance Trust Fund, and he's of the elite legal. He's got his elite legal credentials from the Harvard Law School, University of Law, London, and the University of Liverpool. He has had over 20 years experience in the financial sector, former Assistant Director in the Lagos State Civil Service, Principal Private Secretary to the former Governor of Lagos State, Babatunde Raji Fashola, SAN, and he was also very instrumental to planning and executing landmark infrastructure projects and service delivery reforms in Lagos whilst the governor held when he served under him. And he assumed office alongside the executive directors of the NSITF. He has also succeeded within a very short period of repositioning the NSITF as the apex social security agency in Nigeria. And I'd like that we please give him another resounding applause. Thank you so very much. The one thing you must give to our president is the fact that he's able to fetch very square pegs and putting them in square holes. And that is the kind of person we have as the MD CEO of NSITF. Thank you for the yeoman's job that you do. Congratulations. Permit me to recognize very quickly the presence of our former Minister of Water Resources, and he's here with us, an engineer par excellence, Engineer Suleiman Hussaini Adamu, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, CON. We'd like to welcome you, so thank you so much for joining us here. It is at this point that I'll be inviting our moderator who will be taking charge of proceedings as regards the panel session. Please put your hands together with me as we welcome on stage Stephanie Busari. Can we have an applause for her, please?
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Our next panel looks at resilience in the supply chain and modernizing public procurement standards. Now I invite to join me on stage our panelists, Ben Farrell, Global CEO, Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply. Please, a round of applause as he makes his way onto the stage. Next, we have Mr. Abel O. Enito. Please join us on stage. Mr. Abel, a round of applause, please, as Mr. Abel joins us. Next up, we have Dr. Yakubu Kofarmata. Round of applause. Please applaud our panelists as they join us on stage. We seem to be missing Mr. Yakubu for now. Okay, and finally, I will call Dr. Adebowale Adedokun onto the stage. A round of applause, please, as he joins us. So, Mr. Abel Enito and Dr. Yakubu Kofarmata, if you're here, please join us on stage. Mr. Chikudi Uche, I understand there was a late change to the panelists. Please join us on stage. Apologies for the omission. A round of applause, please, as he joins us. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I think we'll proceed with 3 panelists. I'm sure it'll be an amazing time. Okay. So can I just ask you each to do a brief introduction of what you do and how it relates to the topic at hand, just for our audience?
Sure, of course. Good afternoon, everybody. It's very good to be here. I wanted to say to Didi, and I can't see her at the moment, that was the best conference introduction I've ever attended, and I've attended an awful lot, and I've seen some excellent ones, but today has been extraordinary, absolutely brilliant. I shall take that away with me to future conferences. My name is Ben Farrell. I'm the Global CEO of SIPS. SIPS is a Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply, and we are the global body with responsibility for defining the procurement and supply profession, the global standards, and the evolution of the profession of procurement and supply, both in the public and private sector. And we've done a lot of work recently around the conversation we're about to have. And so it's super relevant that I'm being able to join you, and I'm grateful for the invitation because we've really focused on the opportunity it presents in public sectors around the world, specifically in Africa and here in Nigeria. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Sir, I'll come to you next. A brief introduction and into what you do and how it relates to the topic of the panel.
I am Dr. Adebowale Adedokun, the Director General, Bureau of Public Procurement. Well, basically, we are the regulatory body for public procurement in Nigeria. We are saddled with the responsibility for formulating policies, harmonizing existing guidelines, setting standards, and as well as regulating the implementation of government projects in line with the principles of due process and as well as transparency, accountability, and value for money. More importantly, to ensure there is value for life in all government projects. So we're here as a partner to the Office of Head of Civil Service of the Federation, who has the custodian of public officers in terms of their career management, and we actually manage the procurement cadre in the public sector. What that means is all officers handling procurement-related issues take their directives, instructions, and as well as their career management from the Office of the
We'll get into that in the conversation. Just a brief. Can I come to you, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. For me, I am a pharmacist, a procurement and supply management professional, and I'm the country director for the Chartered Institute of Procurement and Supply in Nigeria. I work with a team of global experts, and just to mention that we have presence in about 180 countries of the world. And I've had opportunity to lead a couple of procurement and supply initiatives, and I've had the privilege of working within SIP's Procurement Excellence Program that we have used to support organizations around the world, both in public and private sector, even in not-for-profit, to bring about transformation in their procurement.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you to bring the mic closer when you're responding, please? Thank you. So today's conversation gives us an opportunity to explore how innovation, policy reform, digital transformation, and stronger institutional capacity can help create procurement systems that are both resilient and future-ready. So let me come to you, Ben. When we talk about resilience in the supply chain today, what practically does that mean for the public sector? And what are the biggest weaknesses currently affecting public procurement and supply chains across systems and government institutions?
Thank you. I like to think of supply chains more as webs these days, but we can come back to that. I think we must consider this as the physical supply of goods and services, and in this day and age, increasingly think about the digital supply that enable all of us to live our lives every day. And I'm not just talking about the creation of technology, I'm talking about the continuity of service. So at the heart of resilience, I believe there is a notion about continuity and being able to continue to operate on a business as usual, for want of a better expression, basis, in spite of continued disruption. And if you look at what's happened in the world since 2008 and the economic crash, the disruption that we've all experienced has become both economically and politically increasingly frequent and deeper and more profound. So when I talk in terms of resilience and the requirement to maintain levels of service, this is getting more and more difficult to do, because partly we've had 4 generations of globalization, and in the public sector, in some countries where there's very little inward investment or inwards industry, quite unwittingly, countries have become extremely dependent on other nations. So when the disruption is more frequent and the reliability of the existing supply is jeopardized through increasing disruption, that's when we get to a place where the country's supply chains are typically in jeopardy. And there are some very relevant examples. I was in Delhi in India a few weeks ago. In fact, it was 80 days ago when the bombing of Iran started, and by the Friday of that week, I saw in Delhi that there were queues at the petrol station. Some of the restaurants had to close because there was no natural gas. So there's an example of where a nation is not very resilient, and the energy policy had been entirely dependent on the flow of fuel, essentially, from the Strait of Hormuz. And that's why I'm talking these days much more about the supply web, the ability to adjust your supply pattern when you get into a place where that is jeopardized. So those are the notions behind it. And increasingly, as we're more international and globalized, that's a challenge. The second part of the question is about the opportunity now. I've seen in artificial intelligence the ability to understand supply much more. And I've been helping the British government understand the supply of energy, defense materials, medical supplies, etc. I was actually here last year and I had an amazing time. I was talking to the Minister for Health, and he explained to me that 100% of medicines came to Nigeria imported, and there was no pharmaceutical industry to support that. I have noted that has changed. So there's a good example of a potential risk and why resilience in the public sector is so important.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. Dr. Wale, I'll ask you the same questions about the biggest weaknesses currently affecting public procurement and supply chain systems across government institutions.
So I'll pick an example to illustrate resilience. For instance, if you pick the petroleum sector, particularly the supply chain of fuel in Nigeria, assuming the steps that we took prior to the war that we're seeing in Iran, what happened would have seen queues all over the country. But you see, when you liberalize and you allow people who have the skills and the experience to do the business, you are able to forecast. You are able to know where to get your products. You know where to get your supply adequate enough to cushion the effects of some of those unforeseen challenges. Secondly, is in the area of human capacity development. For instance, and I'll pick another example, in the road sector, what we normally do prior to our assumption of office was to look at procurement from the traditional or transactional point of view, where it is about award, where it is about looking for the lowest cost to do a project. By so doing, you deny Nigerians the benefit of having the best supplier, the best technology. So because of experts that have been domiciled at Bureau of Public Procurement, we could easily connect with investors. We could easily understand what their needs are, the risk of their investment, rather than what we normally do and we just say, all right, we award to you. We say no. We come to a discussion table to look at what their challenges are, what their risks are. These are born from putting experts in the position of authority to be able to decide what would best fit. So right now we're beginning to see multiple investors coming to public sector procurement. That's what is currently happening. We're seeing a lot of industrialists willing to put money in a high-risk sector as public sector. But right now, because of the policy change, institutionalization of procurement activities in the country, what they now see is that we safeguard their investments by the legal framework that we have introduced. And that's why you see virtually every week, we're actually churning out guidelines that enables an investor to have confidence or take us to legal space. So the paradigm shift includes that you have in place trained and properly skilled officers in public sector procurement. Secondly, is that we have now embraced the use of technology. For instance, I have examples of where investors do not need to know the DG of BPP to be able to submit or make requests for projects they want to undertake. I have calls directly. So that's another incentive to how we are beginning to see a change. The other one which Ben said, and I will emphasize, is in the health sector. Quite interesting that the Minister of Health and myself, we've had opportunities of how do we get pharmaceutical companies all over the world to partner with their Nigerian firm to build vaccines manufacturing farms in the country. to build pharmaceutical companies in Nigeria. In the last few weeks, I've had to approve hundreds of millions of dollars of foreign companies partnering with Nigerian firms to come and establish the manufacturing of cancer equipment, manufacturing of MRI, manufacturing of scanners, using Nigerian locally produced materials. Very soon, some of them will be coming into the country. So the baseline is the fact that there is now use of experts, knowledgeable, skilled, not locally, but who have global experience to build confidence in the Nigerian business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me stay on the pharmaceutical angle and bring you in, because that's your field. How important is it for local manufacturing and local sourcing to strengthen national supply chain resilience?
Thank you so much. It's very important. And when we talk about resilience now, we have a lot of things that have made it very important. We had the COVID experience. And now the tension we're having from the Middle East is also in front of us. And what this means is the practice before, where people look for a location where they will manufacture and get access to other markets, that is changing, because there is that importance when it comes to building local capability. And this is very, very important when it comes to the aspect of pharma, because it's not the era that we have to depend on importation like it used to be before, where we had more than 70% coming into the country. But it's all about, if we have another pandemic, what is going to happen? And we've had people say that for us to come and manufacture, we need to have all the needed enabling environment and looking at things from efficiency. But it's all about, just like what is happening in the aspect of petroleum products now, availability. And this is very important, because for procurement and supply professionals, one thing is very critical. We need to ensure uninterrupted supply of goods and services. And when we think about that, resilience becomes very critical, because we need to have availability of these life-saving health products to save lives. And that is why we have to build capability in country.
Thank you very much. So, Ben, you mentioned technology earlier. What role should data and predictive analytics play in procurement planning and decision making?
Thanks very much. I've been doing, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of work with the government of the United Kingdom on a national procurement strategy. And the very first thing I had to do was to understand the data, the spend and the consumption, sourcing. So in order to do anything materially strategic, particularly the application of technology and AI, you need good data. And even then, you need to be quite circumspect. So recently, the team working on it for me, on my behalf, put the same question into ChatGPT, Grok, Copilot, and one other large language model. And they got 4 different answers to the same question. And a lot has to do with the data that those large language models can access. So I think there is a technological enhancement that is available to us all now. A lot of it will be entirely dependent on the accuracy and breadth of data. So I think we need to start from a position of data is king or queen, and that unlocks good analysis and predictive analytics and analytical review and innovation. So without good data, I think, to some extent you're left floundering around a bit. It's been something of a challenge across all countries, and I've been working with governments around the world in the Middle East, Singapore, Australia, all recognizing the necessity to evolve public sector procurement, but all wrestling with a very similar challenge about the data and trying to find out where there's opportunities to improve it. Because once you have the data, you can actually see very, very quickly where the opportunities lie. So I would encourage everybody to consider the capability and the human capital development of data scientists alongside people who can use artificial intelligence as almost one and the same capability. If we were able to create that capability in human capital, we can move forward pretty quickly. And I don't know what's going on here in terms of data development and data engineering.
Let's find out from Dr.
Yeah,
Wale.
it's certainly something on my mind.
Well, Dr. Wale, let me bring you in terms of data and predictive analytics. What role does that play in
Well, we are trying to comply with the OECD global standard on data and providing information to citizens. So what we are trying to do now is to, in line with federal government directive through Mr. President, is to insist that all government agencies work through, start to implement an electronic government procurement in their various offices. So because we're the regulatory body, we are about to launch a government electronic procurement system where data will be directly from primary source. And we have started, and I'll give you an instance. Right now, you don't bring to BPP hard copies of requests with respect to procurement. For instance, you want to buy a vehicle, you want to buy some standard equipment. Previously, what we do is we have them in hard copies, so we lose the data. But right now, as long as we're able to use our electronic submission right from source, I can easily tell you, like my colleague from NSITM, I could easily tell you off my head how many vehicles he has procured in the last 1 year. And why does he want to buy another set of vehicles in 2026? So I could easily knock him off by saying, why don't you give me the performance of those vehicles you bought in the last 3 years? Data. So I've created within BPP a data unit where their sole job is data capturing, data analytics. So I'm already using very young, upcoming graduates. Some of them are working for free just because they want to contribute their own skill. Again, furthermore, is to give directive to all government agencies to say, and I'm using vehicle as an example to drive home the message. All vehicles have been purchased in the last, from 2020. Everybody must submit a record of vehicles digitally. That will enable me to prorate the spending, government spend on vehicles of various categories. That's one. The second thing about that is to insist that contractors do not have to know any government official to bid for a project of government.
So what is the bidding process then?
Well, the bidding process is very simple. There are two categories of bidding process. One is called open competitive bidding process. That is, advertise for all your projects. The second type of bidding is what we call restricted or selective tendering. That is applicable where you have very few vendors who have the capability to deliver. For instance, in the health sector, you don't find everybody able to supply MRS machine. So we are able to say, for those sectors, all vendors anywhere in the world that have the capability to deliver MRI scanner, register with Nigeria.
Right.
Let's have you register on our database, then you can bid for such. Then we have emergency procurement. That is simply a situation whereby you don't foresee unforeseen circumstances. Things like flood, things like some environmental hazards. But just to add finally is that we are now adding environmental factors to what we're doing. Social inclusion, environmental factor, to say if you are going to bid for a project, either in national or international, can you put to us how you are going to address environmental and social inclusion in our bidding? And that leads me to the Nigerian First policy that Mr. President launched. Simply means give Nigerian manufacturers, Nigerian businesses opportunity to bid. Where they lack capacity, then they should not collaborate or go into joint venture with global companies, which will be instituted, registered in Nigeria. These are all the various initiatives to be able to gather data. So I'm working with Automobile Council to say, why don't you give me all records of those who are manufacturing vehicles in Nigeria? I will no longer give no objection for purchase of vehicles to any government entity until you show me proof that you indeed have a factory and you have employed Nigerians, and at your management level, certain percentage have been allocated to women, those with disability, and startups. I mean, there are quite a number of things. And the thing is, if you do a bad job in the country today, if you do a bad job, there's a policy approved by Mr. President as part of the reform, a debarment. Meaning, if you abandon a project in Nigeria today, and we get to know, we not only ban you in Nigeria, we also circulate it to all embassies, all government institutions, that you can no longer be patronized because you are a bad businessman.
Wow, that is commendable. So let me come to you. I hope you're not going to end up on that list.
Yes, I can speak.
So,
okay.
Did you want to add something to?
Yes, I want to speak
please
on
go
the
ahead.
aspect of data. And my take is this: if we are talking about resilience, one thing that is very important is we must be data-driven in our decision-making when it comes to everything we do in procurement and supply. And I'm saying this based on what we have seen through the work we do across the world. We've had countries we supported their public procurement to bring about transformation. And talking about data, if we look at things like intelligence spend analysis, where a country has used it to understand what is happening within the country. Like, for instance, if we look at Nigeria now, we have all manner of suppliers we work with. And if we say these are our strategic suppliers, what's the basis? It has to be data-driven. Now, we also, from that support, looked at the aspect of medium and small-scale enterprises as a way of boosting the development of the country. And if we say, like what we did with one of the countries, where we enable them to make it mandatory around 30%, and they brought about a lot of improvement, it was possible because of data. Now, another thing that is very important, talking about resilience, I want to relate to data, is the aspect of payments. We have also used data to establish that no country will develop as expected without taking the aspect of payment to suppliers very, very serious. And what have we done? We have used data to show clearly that once you have a government entity, the volume in terms of what they are spending is very, very high. And what that means is this: if the level of attractiveness is low, which from the data we have, the aspect of payment contributes about 80% of it, it means that suppliers will exploit. And you imagine a situation where that is happening, it becomes a very big issue for a country. So data is very, very important. It enables timely payments, which is very, very critical for resilience. And as a country, talking about resilience, that becomes very, very important. And generally, when it comes to the aspect of supplier relationship management, we have seen through what is happening in the Middle East that this is one area that is very critical if we need to build resilience. It also ties to what we are doing with data, being able to manage suppliers as expected.
Fantastic. So we're rapidly running out of time. So this final question is going to be a quick fire. If you could implement one immediate reform to strengthen public procurement resilience, what would it be and why? In one sentence. I'll ask Ben.
Improve transparency of the supply chain. Then you have the knowledge to understand where your vulnerability is.
Okay, thank you.
Deploy full electronic government procurement and improve on ethical good practices by the officers involved, public and private.
Fantastic.
And I would say ethically driven transparency. Transparency, like when we bring technology, will not just be the magic one, because we have data to show that almost 80% of what will go wrong will happen before you introduce technology. So ethically, aspects linked to technology becomes very critical.
Thank you very much for a very insightful and brilliant panel. Thank you. Please give our panelists a huge round of applause as we bring this panel to a close. Thank you.
Thank you. Please let's give them another resounding applause, please, as we get ready for the next presentation. And our next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, will be very exciting as well. I'd like that... phone me, KG. Yes. Thank you very much. Please give them another round of applause. Thank you very much. We appreciate your contributions are very laudable. I must encourage all of us to please continue to give rapt attention to these presentations and all that will be discussed here. The conversations are getting very intriguing, and I'm excited to be part of this. And very quickly, we'll be moving over to the very next presentation. The next presentation, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be coming from a man that we all have been looking forward to listening to. Someone that has founded one of the biggest organizations in the world. And it's important that we take you through who truly he is, what he stands for. Once more, please, a round of applause for Stephanie Busari. Thank you so much. So please, let's settle down. We're not done. We have asked those of you at the rear to come forward. Whilst you're moving forward, let me very warmly acknowledge the presence of our participants from the Republic of Congo. We have Ondaka Ferdinand Eugene and Mankesi Wilfred. Both of them are from the Republic of Congo. They're here with us, please, as participants. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. And thank you very much for joining us indeed. At this juncture, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next presentation and keynote will be From Taboo to Transformation: How Governments Can Reform Systems, Deliver Results, and Build Resilient Societies. To take us through this, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who hails from a country that we're all proud to be associated with. But let me quickly take you through this. Professor Jack Sim And the man they call Mr. Toilet are from the Skibbity Toilet meme series by Dafuk. And his videos have gone very viral on YouTube, short animated series where the world is at war. But let me also let you in on the fact that Professor Sim is a professor of science. In fact, he's actually professor, scientist, cameraman. He's one of the main good guys on the Alliance side. And of course, Mr. Toilet, as we call him, is sometimes just a high-ranking skibbity toilet, depending on meme. But that's not what is important here. He is one who has transformed that little organization he started ways ago to becoming the proud founder of the World Toilets Organization. And this year's edition, a theme has not been given, but of course, all of you will be invited when he eventually comes to the stage to talk to us about it. Please, we also want to encourage delegates to please do us the favor of moving forward as against staying at the rear. So please, can we all move forward, please? Because we have a keynote coming from the former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, immediately after that of Professor Jack Sim. Can we please move forward? Yes, those of you at the back, please. There's an instruction from the head of civil service, and I think we must comply. Those of you at the rear, please move forward. You may just allow one row to be free, but you can please just move forward and feel among us, please. We all should please move. Apart from the ushers, all of us, please do us a favor. Come together as the one big family, civil service family that we are all over the world. Are we doing that? Please, let's comply with this very quickly. Please, can we do this quickly so we can get started with the presentations? And so, ladies and gentlemen, the person I'm inviting next for his presentation is Professor Jack Sim, aka Mr. Toilets. He's a Singaporean social entrepreneur who turned taboo subject into a global movement. And I'm sure when he gets here, he'll do a whole lot more of talking about himself and his organization, the World Toilet Organization. Please join me in welcoming Professor Jack Sim to this side of the divide for his presentation.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Jack Sim. I come from Singapore, and I want to show you a little bit about Singapore. If you can see the screen, Singapore today look like this. So a lot of people want to go there, have a holiday, but long ago, 60 years ago, it was a very poor country. How do I? It doesn't work. 60 years ago, it was a very poor country. We have $500 per capita income, and our per capita income was the same as Jamaica and South Africa during 60 years ago. Today, our per capita GDP is $170,000 a year, and for GDP PPT is actually 173,000. This is the highest income of any country in the world. And how did we transform from this poverty to wealth? We have a very busy port. We have a good location. So we make full use of our port because our country is only 2 million people at that time and 600 square kilometers. And we have nothing. We have no water. We buy water from our neighbor, Malaysia, and we buy food from everybody around us. We have no gas or oil, no energy. So we actually only have people and a port. But the port today is the second busiest port in the world and the biggest transshipment port in the world. So there's a lot of lessons that you can learn how Singapore moved from third world to first world in this short talk. How do we attract investment? In those days when we have to compete for Western investment into Singapore, we plant flowers. And when we plant flowers, a lot of investors come to Singapore. You might think, what's the reason? You're planting flowers and why would they come to Singapore and invest? Our competitor is Hong Kong. And the condition is the same. But Hong Kong don't have flowers. So when the wife of the CEO and the chairman come to Singapore, the wife tells the husband, I like to live in this country. I don't like to live in Hong Kong. So you have to understand that the decision was largely made by the man, but the final decision is made by the wife. So we planned this and we continue to be a garden city until today. If you now go to Singapore, you can see super trees. These are artificial trees, and it's a very, very big tourist attraction. So we started the concept of clean street, clean flowers. We sweep the street, no rubbish, no littering. Then we start to clean up our rivers because we don't have water. So we block the river mouth and turn all the rivers into reservoir. Today, we also drink recycled water from the toilet, from the shower. We clean it until it's perfectly clean and we recycle and drink it again. So we don't have water problem now, but you used to have. Then we clean up gangster. We have a lot of criminals. And so we tell the criminals, why don't we give you a job and you build houses because we need a lot of public housing. So when we employ the criminal to build the public housing, we solve the crime problem and we solve the housing problem. So we tell the criminal, the gangsters, you want to be a criminal because you don't have a job. I give you a job, and then your children can go to school, and if you're a criminal, then maybe you might die, and your children become orphan. So you want a normal life, we'll give you a normal life. So this is how clean the street, clean the river, now we clean up the crime. And then we clean up the houses because we were formerly living in slums. And now we build public housing, and the public housing have flush toilet. So we also clean up the toilet. And this is how a house in 1965 looked like. And we sell it to the low-income people, but we can't sell it. So we rent it to them first. We rent it to them, we wait for them to earn more money, we keep on attracting investment for jobs. Once we create the jobs, they have money to buy the houses. And then they rent first and then we sell it to them. Our civil service, when we were poor, our civil service was corrupt and our politicians were also corrupt. Our police was especially corrupt. And how do we solve this problem? We pay all the civil servants a living wage. That means they have enough money to pay all their bills, their rent, their children go to school, their grocery, and even a holiday one time a year. So when the civil service salary went up, it is market rate. It's same as the private sector. So the civil servant doesn't need to be corrupt anymore because they treasure their job. Then we tell the civil servant, if your colleague is corrupt, please report them and you will get a promotion. So you know, corruption only happens when people trust each other. When the giver trusts the receiver, when the receiver trusts the giver. If you disrupt the trust between the giver and the receiver, and you disrupt the trust between the conspirator and the working colleagues, then suddenly nobody dares to corrupt anymore because it's very dangerous. So we make it very unsafe, and the civil servant became very happy because they don't have to work with corrupt colleagues, and they have a decent salary, and then they have also promotion in case they found corrupt colleague. So that is the civil service. How about the politician? The politician, you can pay them as much as they want to corrupt because they are signing contract that is hundreds of millions of dollars. So what we did is we pay our minister $800,000 a year, which is the highest salary in the world. And we pay our prime minister $1.7 million a year. So we say to the minister, with this money, there is no more worry about not having enough money, right? And you come to be a politician because you are actually wanting to leave a legacy for your family, for yourself. You want to leave a name in the history book of the country. You want to serve, so you actually take less money than you can earn as a professional lawyer or a top accountant or bankers or businessman. But you want to serve, we pay you this kind of salary, is good enough. So the corruption disappeared in the politics. But there was one minister who actually was tempted. So he went to sell the land to a developer at a discount. He was the Minister of National Development. When the Corrupt Investigation Bureau investigated him, he called the Prime Minister for help. Our Prime Minister, Lee Kuan Yew, who is the founding father of the country, said to him, if I help you, then the country is finished. So I will not meet you. You know what to do. So what does that mean? He committed suicide. So this corrupt minister committed suicide, and the investigation of his family stopped. And so all the other ministers start to understand the price of corruption in Singapore is too high. Around 4 years ago, we have a minister who was arrested for corruption again. What was his crime? He was receiving English Premier League tickets free of charge for his family. And the businessmen fly him from Singapore to London with his family and relatives to watch football. Now he went for a field trip and then he was fired. And then he went to jail. But this time he didn't kill himself. He went to jail for 1.5 years for getting free tickets. So we are very strict. Now, because of this, the country, as you can see, we now have clean government. Clean government, clean toilet, clean river, clean street, clean gangster. Everything is about one word, clean. So once you have clean government, you have trust of the world. So everybody put money in Singapore. So we created this financial center. How about religion? We have all kinds of religion in our country. We have the Muslim, we have the Hindu, we have the Christian. In Christian, we have so many types of Christian. You have Catholic, 7 Days Adventist, Mormons, Methodists, all kinds of Christian. Then we have Zoroastrian, we have Jews. So we have a lot of religion. What we do, we get all the religious people, religious leaders, to always talk to each other. And every time there's an opportunity to get them to appear publicly, we do that. If there's a school to be built, we get all of them to go and bless the land for the foundation of the construction. So we put it in the newspaper, and everybody, depending on, regardless of what religion, they always see that their leaders is together with other leaders. So there is a religious harmony that is going on, and we have a street where we have all the religious buildings on one street. Since now 200 years, nobody damaged any of the religious building. So the religious harmony is also clean spirituality. When we have clean business, because we don't have corruption, then everybody put their money into Singapore. If they want to invest in other country, they put their money in Singapore to invest. So Singapore have only 6 million people now, and we are the #1 investor of China. #1 foreign investor of China. And the #1 foreign investor of India. So we are the #1 investor of 40% of human population. But our country is only now 720 square kilometers. It's probably as big as one village in Nigeria. So we are able to be the 4th most competitive financial center in the world. That means we are behind New York, we are behind Shanghai, and we are behind London. We're #4. And our biggest investor is America. So when we want to clean up public hygiene, we get all the food vendors who is push cart and they are selling everywhere near the drain. We say, no, you are polluting the drains. So you come to a hawker center, and then they have a big variety of food. And now this hawker center culture, I want to bring to Nigeria if possible. Please talk to me if you want to get good food hygiene in organized hawker center. I'm bringing it to India already. Yeah. So when I was 40 years old, I started the World Toilet Organization because people don't want to talk about toilet, and 2.5 billion people don't have toilet. So I call myself WTO, and I hope that World Trade Organization will sue me so that I'll be famous. But they didn't sue me, so I became famous. Our founding day is 19th of November, and when I saw how can people open defecate like that, I saw it in India, then in so many countries. I travel now 67 countries to see their toilet, including Nigeria. So I want to help countries become open defecation free. Because we organize World Toilet Summit every year in Singapore, in China, in India, and this, by the 7th year, we have the President of India opened our World Toilet Summit with 6 ministers and the Crown Prince of the Netherlands. So I am just a normal, ordinary person. I create a movement that everybody's joined in. And then President Clinton came to fundraise for us $1.6 million. And I don't know him. He called me, and so I go. So in my strategy is I always go to the media, and then I make a lot of drive the demand. And the politician then realize that they can win election by promising people toilet and become popular. So Prime Minister Modi built 110 million toilet for 600 million people, and we are in partnership with him. And Bill Gates invested $400 million on the reinventing the toilet technology. And in 2022, we were here in Abuja with the World. So I persuaded the politician to transform their government-owned sewage treatment plant into privatized. And ever since the law passed, $44 billion are invested. So Matt Damon also joined in, and we created World Toilet Colleges that train 125,000 workers. We can create World Toilet College here in Nigeria as well. By our 13th year, 193 countries, including Nigeria, declare that our founding day, 19th of November, will be the official UN World Toilet Day. So I created a UN Day, and I was really, really happy. Then we went to China to clean up all their public toilet. The toilet looks like this in the rural school. We transform it into clean toilet, and now the government is using this model for 213,000 schools. This is my theory of change, and we have created 2.5 billion people toilet, and this is our track record. In Nigeria, we want to help also for poverty to improve your agricultural produce into downstream product. For example, if you grow cocoa, you can make chocolate in Godiva standard. So I want to help this. And you, of course, is energy and clothing can be sold at $100 over like South Africa is doing. So I think that generally, all we need to do is to imagine a very good future. And Nigeria, I would like to help because our country model has been helping China, helping Rwanda, and I would like to help everybody here. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Professor Jack Sim, Mr. Toilets, otherwise known as the founder of the World Toilet Organization. You can see the amount of money he is making from the business of toilets. I think you too can replicate same in your country, in your village, in your constituency, in your county, in your local government area, and in our world. Please, one more round of applause for him. Thank you very much. And without much ado, after this picture, we'll be inviting our next presenter, Keynote actually. The very next keynote is going to be looking at governance reform, economic transformation, and regional stability. To take us through this, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is a former deputy governor of the Apex Bank of Nigeria, that is Central Bank of Nigeria. He's a professor of practice in international business and policy, public policy at the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. He's none other than our very erudite Professor Kingsley Moalu. He is the president of the Institute for Governance and Public Policy, IGET Academy. Please, ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not very busy, to take us through this topic, governance reform, economic transformation, and regional stability, please join me in welcoming Professor Kingsley Moalu. We can do better with that round of applause for him as he steps up. And your time starts now, sir, Prof. One more round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure, great honor to speak to you this afternoon on the subject of governance reform, economic transformation, and regional stability. I'd like to congratulate the head of the civil service, Madam Esther Didi Walson-Jack, for this great event. Today, what I'm going to do is to argue that genuine economic transformation demands competent, capable governance as its bedrock. Many times in this country and around the world, we have economic dreams. We want good, strong, powerful economies, but we don't realize that you can never have prosperity if you do not have good, competent governance. So the link between the two and how that links to stability, which is of course a challenge we currently face in Nigeria, is what I would like to discuss. So I will draw on historical lessons from the West and from Asia. I will examine the critical role of the civil service. I will link governance with stability in the context of Nigeria's realities, and I will offer practical recommendations, including the adaptation of private sector corporate governance principles, and I will conclude with a call to action. Let us first define governance and economic transformation, both of which are the critical foundations. Governance refers to the processes, the institutions, and the practices through which a state exercises authority, delivers public goods, enforces the rules, and manages resources to serve its citizens. Governance encompasses state capacity. And what is state capacity? State capacity is the ability of a state to protect its territory and to protect the lives and property of its citizens. The ability of a state to administer taxation, revenue, mobilize revenue in a reliable manner, in a consistent manner, with trust and legitimacy built into the process, such that the citizens themselves are willing and happy to pay the tax because they can see what the tax is doing for them. State capacity also involves the ability of a state to deliver social services effectively and efficiently. Social services like healthcare, social services like education, social services like clean drinking water, social services like infrastructure as well, electricity and things like that. The fourth element of state capacity is the ability of a state to create an enabling environment for the private sector. The ability, many people think that business can develop a country, the private sector can no. There is a link between what the private sector can do and the capacity of the state to create the policies and the incentives, as we have heard from Mr. Toilet. He talked about how Singapore used incentives, very clever incentives, to, make human behavior, act act in what people think is in their best interest. And as they're doing so, they're acting in the best interest of the society. So that's state capacity. And that is what delivers governance. But what makes good governance? Good governance must have the following elements. It must be inclusive. The citizens must participate. Many civil servants here should ask themselves a question. When was the last time that any policy that we were making, we had an inclusive consultation with the citizens of Nigeria or the citizens of a state or the citizens of a local government as we were framing that policy? That is inclusion and participation. The rule of law, transparency, responsiveness. We have to be responsive to the people when we are framing policies. We have to achieve consensus, acting in the interest of the broad group, not in the interest of one particular vested interest or powerful interest. Efficiency and effectiveness and accountability. These are the fundamentals of governance. Any society that does not have these fundamentals in its governance and is talking about economic transformation or talking about development is not being very serious. Economies do not operate on their own. It is the confidence of creating the rule of law, as we saw with the example of Singapore, wiping out corruption or making it very low. These are the things that build confidence in investors. These are the things that build confidence in private sector businessmen. And that is the Singapore story. That is what we should be looking for in most of our countries, certainly in Nigeria. So this is the foundation of prosperity. Many governments in Africa they talk about governance, but when you measure the governance processes in many African countries against the elements of state capacity that I have just spelled out, against the characteristics of good governance that I have just spelled out, you will find that many of our countries fall short. Governance is easy to talk about, much more difficult to achieve because it is a culture. And for a country to have a governance culture, these elements have to exist for a long time. And people become used to it. And therefore, nobody wants to rock the boat anymore. In Singapore, they have a governance culture. Nobody wants to go back to the corruption. Nobody wants to go back to the poverty of $500 per capita income every year. So, in our country, in Nigeria, we've had, for the past 60 years or since independence, an average per capita income of $1,850. The per capita income today is about $1,560. This is very low. It's one of the lowest in the world. So, economic transformation involves, so let me explain something. You need governance to provide state capacity. That state capacity includes things that are human development. When we are talking about healthcare, when we're talking about education, when we're talking about clean water, this is the foundation of development. You cannot jump to economic growth. You cannot jump to economic transformation successfully when you have not sorted out the basics. So I want to be very clear about how we should move in this whole matter. Economic transformation, by contrast, is the process where we have a structural shift in the economy away from low productivity, subsistence activities, in oil or in agriculture, and we go more into sectors like manufacturing, like modern services, like technology-driven industries. This is what drives sustained, inclusive growth that reduces poverty and creates shared prosperity. So what is my central thesis today? The central thesis is as follows. Economic transformation cannot be achieved without competent governance as its foundation. Politicians in Nigeria and in many developing countries often believe, mistakenly, that technocrats alone can achieve economic revival, while the politicians go about the business of politicking. But the problem with this is that that business of politicking, the way it's done in many developing countries, undermines development because it's based on ethnic balancing, electoral cycles. These things erode institutions. And when institutions are eroded, and the civil service is the core institution of governance, and I'll come to that in a minute. So, even purely economic reforms cannot be successful without the basics of human development. Access to water, clean water, quality education and skills, health care, and reliable electricity. So these fundamentals, for you to have them, the state has to have capacity. So I've talked about this. Now, the development trajectory it moves in a certain sequence. First, we have to invest in human development, anchored on governance competence. This enables structural transformation. When we send our kids to school and they acquire the kind of skills that can enable them to become manufacturers, producers, that is to say, we give them what is called in economics productive knowledge. Then you have a highly skilled population. Your human development index goes up. If you are pursuing economic transformation, if you're pursuing economic growth without doing this, you are dreaming. You will not achieve it. So, this is it. The trajectory is first invest in human development. Skills, education, healthcare, clean water. That's number one. Then you move to, economic transformation. And it is that economic transformation, as you shift away from oil, as you shift away from subsistence agriculture and move more into agro-business, agro-manufacturing, oil derivatives of various sorts, refining, the sort of thing we're doing now. Only now, Nigeria is having a major working refinery. So that's what will bring you economic growth that is sustainable. So it's first human development, structural transformation, driving, sustainable economic growth. But what we do is that we are chasing the growth delusion. Every year we sit around and say, well, Nigeria's economy grew by 3%, 4%, 5%. That's not enough. That is a delusion. We have to focus on the quality of life of individuals in our countries in Africa, first of all, and the growth will come. So let me give you some historical lessons. There are no shortcuts to this formula that I have put out. History affirms this sequence. The Western world rose over 2 centuries, and that rise was rooted in governance foundations. First, before they achieved economic superiority, they had to, first of all, govern, organize their societies well. And then the wealth then came later. In Britain, They had what they called the Northcote Trevelyan reforms in the 1850s that professionalized the British civil service. And it enabled the fruits of the Industrial Revolution to spread through stable institutions. Taxation funded infrastructure and education. State capacity supported markets. The result, structural change from an agrarian society to industrial economies with rising human development. Asia, we've just heard about Singapore. So I don't need to repeat what Mr. Toilet just said. Singapore is a very perfect demonstration. Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, China, and now Vietnam, they prioritized governance capacity. They prioritized governance capacity. Mr. Toilet talked about high salaries. How much is the Nigerian civil servant paid? Just calculate it. Why will you not have a lot of corruption? Now, he told us that the ministers are paid $800,000 a year. The prime minister is paid $1.7 million a year. If you pay the average Nigerian civil servant $100,000 a year, I'm not talking about $800,000. If you pay them $100,000 a year, if you pay the minister in Nigeria $100,000 or $200,000 a year, corruption will come crashing down in this country. And we can afford it. $1.7 million is not up to what a local government chairman talks under his chair in a deal. It's chicken, it's nonsense. So this is how Asia rose. Let me speak about the civil service very briefly. The civil service is the engine of government and governance. It is the permanent machinery that translates policy into outcomes, ensures continuity, and embodies state capacity. So we see different civil service traditions. China, the Mandarins in China, the Indian Administrative Service, Singapore's model, Britain's tradition, which emphasizes neutrality, anonymity, and ministerial accountability. Germany, Nigeria's civil service philosophy, rooted in the British colonial legacy, was originally designed for law, order, and resource extraction, not for broad development. Post-independence, it has aspired to a developmental role via commissions like Morgan Commission in 1963, Adebo in 1971, Udoji Award in 1974, and the 1988 reforms under Dotun Phillips. Outcomes have been mixed. A capable civil service bridges politics and execution. Without it, policies fail. In the Nigerian civil service, we have to begin to look at what we call the new public management. The new public management is an approach to civil service that uses private sector mechanisms like performance management, results-oriented management, decentralization, competition, customer focus, private sector techniques like contracting out, and performance-based pay. It makes governments more effective, responsive, and less bureaucratic. This is relevant to Nigeria. And I see what, D.D. Wilson-Jack is trying to do in the federal civil service. There are elements of the new public management here, but we need to have a discussion later about how this can be embedded in a more structural way and to actually measure the outcomes and see how the improvement has taken place over the years. Now, how do all these things link up to security? Because when people are educated, when these criminals, all these kidnappers, and I can tell you that if you engage them in a systematic manner and pay them enough, they would prefer that to a life of crime. We just have to be innovative and solve our problems. Let me conclude with recommendations for reform. To achieve our goals, we must prioritize the following. Number one, capacity building. Rigorous, merit-based recruitment. Continuous training. One of the reasons the Central Bank of Nigeria, when I was deputy governor, we were the strongest public institution in this country. We invested so heavily in training our staff. Go to the Central Bank. PhDs are like a dime a dozen. Almost everybody in the Central Bank has a PhD. It's not strange because we invested in it. Number two, professionalism and independence. Number three, institutional reforms. There must be better coordination between the federal, state, and local government levels. We have to develop a developmental civil service philosophy. A civil service must drive a developmental state. In Ethiopia, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia told me that they have a civil service university in Ethiopia where you are trained to be an efficient and effective civil servant. And that is what drove the Ethiopian developmental state model. Number four, embrace corporate governance. Embrace corporate governance principles adapted to the private sector. Number five, prioritize human capital. For regional stability, civil servants must champion inclusive policies that reduce regional disparities. What is happening in the northern part of Nigeria today is being treated with kid gloves. It is being treated with kid gloves. 20 million children out of school who are of school age, most of them in the north. We cannot treat this as if it's a small thing. So we have to focus on this type of problem in order to achieve regional stability. We have to go into the north with an agenda for human development in the north. Skills, education, healthcare, employment. These are the things that will drive down the terrorism that is afflicting our country today. Implementation requires political will. It requires the ownership of the civil service and partnerships with academia, private sector, and international bodies. Pilot reforms in ministries, key ministries, will scale success. Let me conclude, ladies and gentlemen. Governance reform is the gateway to economic transformation. No governance, no economic success. Repeat after me. No governance, no economic transformation. Tell that to the politicians. Tell that to the politicians. Politics alone can never develop any country. So it must be anchored on competent governance. And in fact, in many advanced countries, it is the quality of governance that becomes the basis for political competition. And people assess how your civil service functions. People assess how the economy, how things work under you, and they will decide which candidate to vote for. So, let me conclude by saying that this conference should be not just a dialogue, but decisive commitment. The world watches. Our citizens await. By rebuilding state capacity, prioritizing human development, adopting proven tools like selective new public management and corporate governance principles, and committing to merit, integrity, and results, we can write a new chapter for Nigeria. From potential to prosperity, from fragility to resilience. The world watches, our citizens wait. Together, let us build Nigeria and Africa of our aspirations. Thank you. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria and all gathered here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, you join the head of civil service out there for a photograph, along with Professor Jack Sam. Thank you very much. Yes, I think you'd rather join them on that lower platform. Thank you. Can you please put your hands together one more time for Professor Kingsley Moalu, a former Deputy Governor of a central bank. Our next session will be as interesting as well.
Thank you very much. The next keynote speaker is a Nigerian industrial economist, a chartered accountant, and management consultant. He is the founder and chairman of Philips Consulting Limited, a leading indigenous business and management consulting firm in Africa. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Folusha Phillips for his keynote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have requested to sit on the table here. Yeah. And I hope you will all forgive me for sitting down, but I think I want to try, and I have just about 10 minutes, and I don't intend to take longer than that. My topic is, I call it governing with intelligence. You know, lessons from Africa's largest civil service transformation, the current transformation that is taking place here in Nigeria by all of you, by the head of the civil service of the Federation, is the largest civil service transformation, certainly in Africa, and you might even challenge in the world in terms of its intentionality. So I want to talk briefly about what has happened, of which a lot of you know about, and those who don't, it will be a good way to inform you. This is not an ordinary gathering that we have here today. When you look around this room, and certainly the range of people that have been here right from the morning, you appreciate the depth of expertise that was assembled and the scale of reform, ambitions on the table. And you're seeing something that didn't exist 2 years ago. All this is significantly new. So this International Civil Service Conference is itself a statement, a Nigerian statement, that says that Nigeria is no longer content to watch global conversations. We are about governance. We will not be watching from the sides, and we will begin to drive it. And to that extent, we're actually hosting this conference. And I think we need to give the head of service a round of applause for this huge initiative. And I must say that Philips Consulting, on our part, we are proud to be a gold knowledge partner of this conference. And we're not here simply as sponsors, okay? We are here as practitioners, as people who have spent decades in the work of institutional transformation and who believe deeply that the theme of this conference, reforms, resilience, and results, is not just a conference theme, it is a program for national renewal. Now, the Federal Civil Service of Nigeria is one of the largest public workforces on the African continent. It is the machinery through which national policy becomes reality, where laws find their legs, where budgets find their beneficiaries, and where the contract between government and citizen is either honored or broken. And yet this institution struggled to answer some fundamental questions. How many people actually work in the civil service? What skills do they all have? Where are the critical gaps between what we need and what we have? And where are all the ghost workers that are drawing their salaries for the roles they no longer occupy, or even never occupied at all in the first place? This situation was not a failure of intent. It was the accumulated consequence of decades of underinvestment in institutional self-knowledge. And it is real, and it has had real costs. Misallocated training budgets, duplicated functions, succession crises in technical roles, and a civil service that, despite the considerable talent within it, could not see itself clearly. You see, you cannot reform what you cannot measure. You cannot develop what you cannot see. And you cannot build a capable state on a foundation you have never properly surveyed. So the leadership of the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation recognized this and decided to act by doing something bold, something that has never really been attempted to the level that has been done in Nigeria's post-independence history. And this was PASGA. And a lot of you know about PASGA, the Personal Audit and Skills Gap Analysis Exercise. Personal Audit and Skill Gap Analysis, PASGA. And it wasn't a routine exercise in any way. PASGA covered more than 55,000 civil servants across the federal service. It examined not just headcount, but competency, what skills each officer holds, what their role demands, and where the gap between the two lies. It was conducted at a scale and with a level of methodological rigor that this country has never seen before. And Phillips Consulting had the privilege of serving as the coordinating consultant on this initiative, working alongside the Office of the Head of the Service and network of cluster consultants deployed across every relevant federal ministry, department, and agency. And just to show you some brief statistics, we found out that we covered over 55 civil servants, over 40 ministries, 5 million skills data points were dealt with as far as skills collection was concerned. 70 plus skills were identified per officer, 70 different skills. Little things that you don't think about. You think about the competency in terms of your knowledge, but how about your behavior, your character, the little nuances that each person has, which makes you capable to excel in the jobs that you do. Over 4,800 certifications, 19,000 development goals by each individual, and the list goes on and on and on. But what are we finding from this exercise? We're still in the middle and just about to wrap up totally, and obviously a formal report still has to be submitted to the head of service. But first of all, there's some broad things that are not new. First of all, payroll integrity. The audit has already flagged significant anomalies, which is not new because they've always been found in the years previous. Ghost workers, duplicate entries, officers whose deployment bears no relation to their post or function, and the fiscal implications are real and material. More importantly, addressing them returns resources to the people and functions that need them. This has been done before, but not to the scale that has been achieved by the head of service today. The second has to do with skills. And this is the first time we've actually looked at the subject of skills. The analysis is revealing that some of the most critical technical functions in government, digital infrastructure, public financial management, procurement, project management, are under-resourced in different ways, in the sense that not that we don't have the people with the competence, sometimes they are not being allocated to the areas in which they can show their competence. So this misallocation, misappropriation, misplacement is the kind of things that we're finding that hopefully we'll be able to fix from the exercise that's been conducted by the head of the civil service. And third, and probably most important of all, is that officers have never been formally assessed before, who have never been assessed before, are engaging with this process with seriousness, and in many cases with genuine enthusiasm. There is a hunger, long suppressed, for an equitable system that recognizes capabilities, it identifies potential, and rewards performance, and is not based on tribe or religion or region. We're saying, are you competent enough to do the work you're to do? And these are the benefits that these things seem to be able to provide us. And I want to try and address our international guests that are here directly, because what is happening in Nigeria by the civil service of Nigeria has implications that extend well beyond our borders, and a great opportunity for Nigeria to actually take leadership in an area that is least expected. Across Africa, and indeed across much of the developing world, government faces a common paradox. Large public workforces that struggle to deliver on mandate, not because of shortage of people, but because of a shortage of systems for knowing who is in the service, what they do, what they can't do, and how to deploy them in a very strategic way. And PASGA is a proof of concept. It is demonstrating that a government working in genuine collaboration with the private sector can build that institutional self-knowledge at a scale with rigor and within a defined time frame. The methodology we have developed and deployed is replicable. The technology platforms we have created, including staff verification tools and digital skills assessment tools for officers across every state in the Federation, can be applied to any other context. And the lessons we are learning about stakeholder engagement, data governance, and navigating the political arena of reform, they are very transferable. So I say to the heads of service from all over the country, and even the senior officials from the different countries, from Ghana, the Gambia, and all those countries that were listed earlier on today, we say to them that and including our international partners, we say we will welcome the civil service in Nigeria, would welcome a conversation about how these models might be applied to your own institutions. Because the challenge of building capable public institutions is not a Nigerian challenge. It is a continental one, and the solutions we develop together will outlast any government term. I want to, before I begin to wrap up very quickly, because I know time is against me, to present to you a new concept and a new philosophy that we're trying to push through, that is as Phillips Consulting. And it's called government quotient. And it's a new language for institutional intelligence. Now, our work on PASGA has deepened a conviction we have held at Phillips Consulting for some time, and which has led us to develop a new product which I want to introduce to you briefly today. Now, the experience of working at the heart of civil service transformation has reinforced something we already knew for decades of organizational work. The single greatest gap between government aspiration and government performance is not money, it is not even political will, even though that matters. It is intelligence, institutional intelligence. The ability to understand how government systems work, how decisions are really made, how influence is built, how policy is navigated, how institutions operate beneath the surface of their organograms. This knowledge is not taught in business schools. I'm still to find a business school that actually teaches how government, from a civil service point of view, actually operates. It is hardly written down, and its absence costs organizations, public and private, enormously. We call this government quotient, GQ. It's a new vocabulary. Just as you measure IQ for intellectual capacity, you measure EQ for emotional intelligence, GQ measures something distinct and increasingly essential: the ability to understand, to navigate, and operate effectively within government systems. GQ is critical for private sector leaders who engage with government. And in this room, there are quite a lot of private sector people. It is the difference between a public-private relationship that produces outcomes and one that produces frustration, between a policy that gets implemented and one that gets shelved. So you find out that this concept of GQ we have to pay attention to. It is critical for civil servants and public officials who want to lead reform from within, to build not just procedural compliance, but genuine institutional influence. And this is critical for the next generation of leaders across business, media, civil society, and the professions, because the government shapes the operating environment for everything else. So I'm going to close now by saying that we believe that at this point in time, we've got to talk about partnership, and real partnership is harder when the language suggests otherwise. It requires the private sector to show up, not just with capital, but with expertise, with patience, and a genuine understanding of how government works. Its constraints, the constraints of governments, its legitimate imperatives, and it requires government to be willing to create the conditions in which private sector engagement can be structured, sustained, and productive. So I believe that when we look at the 8 pillars of this conference, transform, rejuvenate, innovate, accelerate, accomplish, impact, aspire, activate, are not a taxonomy of aspirations. They are a sequence. If you look at it, the sequence. And the sequence only produces results if each pillar is anchored in real institutional action. Now, we at Phillips Consulting, we're committed to this. Very, very committed. That's been shown by all the work that we've done. In closing, Nigeria is at an inflection point, and this conference itself is evidence of that. 2 years ago, an international civil service conference hosted by Nigeria, drawing 5,000 participants and 200 speakers from across the world, would have been described as an aspiration. Today, it is a reality. That is what reforms is about. That is what resilience is about. And that's what results look like. Not just a theme, but a trajectory. The work will continue. The skill gap analysis is producing data that will shape workforce planning for many years to come. The GQ program is building a generation of leaders who understand how government works, and the conversations that will happen in this room over the next day will have potential to shape institutional thinking across the continent. Let us make the most of all of this. Thank you very much.
The applause is no longer encouraging. We can do better with that round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. As you go down, I'd like you to just have a photo opportunity with the chief host and convener of his all-important conference. We're going to be getting ready for one very critical aspect of this event, and this will be the signing of Memorandum of Understanding after this photo opportunity with Her Excellency, the Head of Civil Service of the Federation. We'll take that, and the very persons that we'll be inviting to come up. No, this will be in the middle. Yes. Thank you very much. I hope that the Director Legal Services Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation is somewhere here. Mrs. Maimuna Idris, you are needed for this very next function. It is going to be the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation and the CEO of Flutterwave, Mr. Olugbenga Agbola OON, CEO Flutterwave, and a very ebullient and vivacious Head of Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, OON, MNI. Can we hear that round of applause for the duo as they come up to the stage for the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding? This further elevates this very conference and all that is meant to be achieved here. And this memorandum of understanding, from our perspective, is pivotal to escalating this conference to the level that is deserving, and the workability and the workings of these two organizations, Flutterwave and the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation. All right, so this is the signing, and directors of legal services of both organizations are also here. Please. They are being flanked by their directors of legal service from both organizations. For us, this is a function of dexterity, is a function of resilience, is a function of reform, is a function of understanding, and a better one at that. Mr. Folusho Phillips, we appreciate your presentation one more time. So the directors of legal services are witnesses to the signage, to the signing. So thank you very much, and after this, there'll be, after the exchange of the, have they exchanged yet? Can we then hold them and take pictures? And then we'll, but after that, do the exchange. It will be a bit slower so that the photographers can capture this for our archives. Please. Thank you very much. Let's have you take pictures now after with a handshake. This will remain very indelible in our memory for a very long time to come, that this was done during the second edition of the International Civil Service Conference 2026. Thank you, and as they take their sets, another round of applause for them, please. Photographers, you can go ahead with more pictures if you want to. Thank you. Let me very quickly invite the CEO of Flutterwave to make some very brief remarks. Mr. Flutterwave.
It's a great honor to be here this afternoon. It's a great honor to be here this afternoon to partner with someone that I call, she's a trailblazer, all right? Let me start from there. We are fans of the work that she's doing for Nigeria and for the civil service of Nigeria in general. The transformation that is happening in our civil service that we can see tangibly, it's so mind-blowing to see the work being done. So we're honored at Flutterwave to partner on a very small sub-segment on how we can partner with the work they're already doing on AI, on technology, to enable even more rapid change in the entire, transformation of the civil service infrastructure of Nigeria today. I always learn from her. Earlier today, she was telling me about government quotient, which is very, very key, and how you see, how we can tangibly measure transformation in the civil service. Now, in the last couple of years that she's been at this role, we've seen really, really amazing changes going on across all the facets across the country in civil service. So I'm very proud. We are proud of Flutterwave to be a partner we have on that journey today, on a very small sub-segment, but yet we aim to do very good work that will be very tangible as well on this journey. So it's our honor and our pleasure. Looking forward to more amazing transformation. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you very much, the CEO of Flutterwave. This MOU signing marks the beginning of a relationship, a partnership, a collaboration that we believe will help us deliver more results in the federal civil service. Earlier today, I had the privilege to chair a roundtable session with partners and collaborators. And I dare say that the the collaboration between the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation and the private sector is growing by the day. I want to welcome Flutterwave. I want to say thank you. I want to assure you that you will not regret partnering with this office, and together we can make things happen. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much. Yes.
1 second.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we please give them another round of applause as we bring this to a close? That's the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between Flutterwave and the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, and herself doing justice to that. Thank you very much. And so this will be it for today, but as we draw the curtains on this very remarkable day one of this International Civil Service Conference 2026, may I sincerely appreciate every distinguished guests, all stakeholders, partners, and participants whose presence has added value and prestige to this event. And I must also say that this event has once again reminded us that through unity, visionary leadership, collaboration, and commitment to service, we can continue to build stronger and more prosperous nations. May the conversations, ideas, and resolutions shared here inspire lasting impact and meaningful progress for Nigeria and participating nations and humanity at large. So on behalf of the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, a very beautiful, delectable, amazing, trendy-looking Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson, Jack, OON, MNI, and the organizers would like to thank you for your time, your support, and your invaluable contributions, as well as wishing everyone safe travels to your respective hotels, and hoping to see you tomorrow morning bright and early. And so, as you leave, please don't forget, we have 200 exhibition stands that are waiting for you to go see the new technologies, new innovations that they have, and you will benefit very immensely from. So on behalf of my colleague, Olufunke Akinwumi of the Office of the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, we thank you very much indeed for being part of this event. But please, we're not leaving the arena yet. Everyone is directed to please join the Head of Civil Service as she goes on the exhibition tours. We have 200 outstanding exhibition stands with new innovations, new technologies, and new ideas that all of you are going to be benefiting from. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you after all the exhibition tour. We'll see you here tomorrow, bright and early as 8:30, so that 9 o'clock we hit the ground running with presentations and plenary. I thank you very much, and I'm sure Olufunke would like to share your thoughts about how today is gone so far with you.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Andy. If you agree with me that today was amazing, tomorrow is going to be an unforgettable experience. So please make sure you're here on time. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Ensure you don't leave your belongings behind. And thank you very much, Stephanie Busari, for being a great moderator. See you tomorrow. Thank you.